COVID-19 is a respiratory disease like influenza. There is currently no vaccine for it, so the best way to protect yourself and your family is to avoid exposure. That means do what you do every cold and flu.
Hello?
We will begin the meeting shortly. Please stay on mute. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, please let us know when you're.
It seems that everyone is here. We are ready to start.
Thank you very much. I'll now call this meeting to order, and we will begin with our Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now we'll have a roll call.
Councilmember D'Amico?
Here.
Councilmember Duran?
Here.
Councilmember Meister?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Heilman?
Here.
Mayor Horvath?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And now I will turn it over to our city attorney for a report of our closed session agenda.
Madam Mayor, could we do this item just slightly out of order and take this next? I just have one more thing I need to do on this item before I report it out.
Understandable. Let us turn to approval of our regular session agenda before we get a report of the closed session agenda. Madam City Clerk, do we have any proposed changes from staff to our agenda tonight?
Yes, Mayor, there was a request to continue item 3A from the appellant. So staff asked that I bring that up during the approval of the agenda for council to consider.
Okay, I think this was their second request, is that correct?
Correct. It was previously continued to this evening, and Lynn Russell is requesting another continuance to a date uncertain, I believe.
Okay, Councilmember Duran, I saw that you had your hand raised.
I was just going to ask what you asked. So
okay, so this would now be another continuance. We received, I believe that correspondence. Is anyone interested in continuing this item, or would we like to hear it tonight?
Mayor, if I may comment, I think as a matter of courtesy, we give either party on an appeal the right to request a continuance, but I can't think of any time in our practice where we've granted a second continuance request without a stipulation or agreement between the parties. So I, for one, unless there was an agreement from the other side, would not agree to continue a second time.
Okay. Do we need a formal vote, or is everyone in agreement with Councilmember Duran's perspective? Okay, it sounds like we'll continue. We'll hear the item. We will keep it on our agenda tonight. We will not continue it.
Mayor, may I try a couple of other possible changes to the agenda?
Absolutely.
How do my colleagues feel about putting 4E on consent, which is ratifying emergency measures on COVID-19? And maybe we just comment during council member comments?
I have some questions about that.
Okay. How about item 5A, the hotel recovery incentives item sponsored by Councilmember Heilman? Can we put that on consent?
I have a comment, but I can make that during council member comments.
Are you calling in from Mars? What's going on? That sound in the background.
When you live on La Cienega, there's lots of
Got it.
Mayor,
right, so
my third and final request, is it possible to put item 5B, the Chamber of Commerce's Economic Recovery Plan, on consent?
Are there any objections to that? Seeing none, I'm going to try and add a couple more if I might. I wanted to see if we could add item 6A, which is an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending Chapter 13.04 Building Code of Title 13 of the West Hollywood Municipal Code and finding the action exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
I'm fine with adding that. I just wonder if that's dependent on us adopting item 3B, which is an ordinance related to the LA County Code. But I'm comfortable with 6A if we can put it on consent.
Okay, so let's add it to consent. If we need to take it off consent because of what's discussed during our public hearing, we can do so. And the other item I was going to try to add, if there is agreement, is item 4D, placement of an ordinance on the ballot of the November 3rd, 2020 general municipal election, increasing the city sales use tax rate by 3/4 cent. Are we comfortable adding that? Okay, great. So I do have items 4D, 5A, 5B, and 6A added to consent, and I did want to pull item 2D for discussion. Are there any other changes to the agenda?
What is item 2D? Let's see.
2D is the second reading of the ordinance related to our action from last time on with regard to housing length of term and action on Sunset.
So Mayor, I also, items 4B and 4C are really, will be unnecessary if we adopt 4A. So I would just suggest that we address them all together or be prepared to resolve them all at once.
So in speaking with the city attorney in advance of the meeting, we have to deal with 4A first to determine what we do with 4B and 4C. But yeah, the idea, yes, that we'll handle all of those in some way, shape, or form at the same time is right, yes. Any other changes? If not, I'd entertain a motion of approval of the agenda as amended.
So moved.
We have a second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember D'Amico?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran?
Aye.
Councilmember Meister?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Heilman?
Aye.
Mayor Horvath?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. I don't believe we have, okay. Lauren Langer, do you still need some time? We can do a couple more things if needed.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind just doing one more thing and then I'll be able to do that. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So we'll now turn to adjournment motions. Does anyone have any adjournment motions this evening? Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask that the city adjourn in the memory of Jeff Kurtzman, Kurtzman. Jeff is a former resident of the city of West Hollywood. He sang with me and many others in the Gay Men's Chorus of Los Angeles for many years. He was very active in our recovery community. Tragically, he is the Alaska Airlines flight attendant who was exposed to, contracted, and died from COVID-19 at a training about how to use safety protocols for COVID-19, tragically. He's survived by his family and, of course, many friends scattered throughout the city of West Hollywood. I'd ask that we adjourn in his memory, please.
Certainly, without objection. Any others? I do have a couple. First, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Ina Eugenia Wilson, who's the mother of Phil Wilson, the founder of the Black AIDS Institute and a friend of our community. We extend our condolences to Phil and his entire family. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of Carol Reback, who's the mother of Andrew Reback, our West Hollywood resident and chair of our Human Services Commission. We certainly extend our condolences to Andrew, his husband, and his entire family. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of Gabriella O'Donnell, who's the mother of Long Beach Mayor Robert Garcia, who passed away due to complications from COVID-19. Mayor Garcia described her as an amazing woman who emigrated to the United States from Peru in search of the American dream, and she became a healthcare worker, caring for thousands of patients over her 25-year career. And she loved to help people and lived a happy and joyous life. And I know that the mayor has also shared that his stepfather is also struggling due to complications related to COVID. And so we certainly send our condolences and good wishes both to the mayor and his entire family in this difficult time. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of one of our famous Notre Dame grads, Regis Philbin, who started his entertainment career in 1956 as a page on The Tonight Show. His broadcasting career in 1961 as the host of the Regis Philbin Show out of San Diego. And of course, 6 decades he hosted numerous television shows, including the nationally syndicated morning talk show Live with Regis and Kathy Lee and Live with Regis and Kelly. And he will be remembered at my alma mater, Notre Dame, for his unfailing support for our university and its mission, including the Philbin Studio Theater and Performing Arts Center. And he was also generous with his time and talent in support of South Bend's Center for the Homeless and other worthy causes. And so we will adjourn tonight in his memory as well. And finally, as is our tradition, to adjourn in honor of military service personnel, Army Sergeant Brian Cooper Mount, age 25. I don't believe we have any presentations this evening, so I will now turn back to our City Attorney Lauren Langer to give us the official report of the closed session agenda before we go to public comment. Lauren?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. So the City Council convened a closed session at 5 p.m. this evening. There was one member of the public who spoke for public comment. The council discussed the one item of pending litigation listed on the posted agenda and approved a signed settlement agreement to settle the terms of that litigation. The agreement was approved in a 4-to-1 vote with Councilmember D'Amico voting no. And the substance of the agreement is related to agenda item 4A. And 4A is an urgency ordinance and a regular ordinance amending the city's cannabis ordinance. And all the agreement is a conditional settlement agreement, and it agrees to put the urgency ordinance on the agenda for the council to consider tonight. It does not commit the city to any course of action. The council will consider the urgency and regular ordinance to the city's cannabis ordinance tonight. And if those terms are approved in substantially the form that's on the posted agenda, then the proponents of the cannabis initiative, which are later on in the agenda as item, I believe it is 4C, will withdraw the cannabis initiative, and the litigants in the matter listed on the posted agenda, Pharmacy versus City of Los Angeles, will dismiss the lawsuit. So the final terms of the ordinance will be discussed tonight under item 4A on the agenda, but that conditional settlement agreement was approved tonight in closed session. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will turn to public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. Our public comment period is limited to 20 minutes with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. Our City Clerk will prioritize those who are speaking on consent agenda items first to make sure that those comments are included as we consider these items. Madam City Clerk, I'll turn it over to you for our public comment.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Diane Forte. Diane, you have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment.
Oh, thank you. Good evening. I'm here to speak on item 2I. And first off, I hope everyone is staying well during these challenging times. I have 3 brief points. First, I want to thank your staff always great to work with. We at SE look forward to a continued partnership on clean air and energy goals. Secondly, I just want to make a point about the reliability in West Hollywood that was mentioned in the report. The reliability in West Hollywood is good. We continue to invest in the grid and to address the load growth that had occurred in the northwest part of the city. So this work is in place and should reduce all types of outages. And we will work together to address any future reliability concerns, whether from climate impacts or other sources. And lastly, we commend you on your consideration of REACH codes. Building electrification is an important gap to fill in addressing greenhouse gas and air quality goals. And we are able to provide technical assistance to you as you explore developing these codes if you would seek that partnership. Plus, with the hopeful CPUC decision on Charge Ready Too Soon, we will have additional program offerings for EV adoption. So thank you very much. We think the future is electric and hope you all stay well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dan Witzel. Dan, you have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, thank you. I would like to thank the City Council for their great leadership during this very difficult crisis. I have been walking through the city and have been very distressed with the empty storefronts and closed businesses we've all been seeing. The pandemic is lasting much longer than any of us feared, and the resulting economic catastrophe is going to be much worse than any of us could have imagined. Many of us in West Hollywood are asking ourselves what kind of West Hollywood is going to emerge from the end of this. Particularly, will anything be left of our entertainment zones in the Rainbow District and the Sunset Strip? Here are my suggested courses of action to begin thinking in terms of revitalization. I would like to suggest the city form a Rainbow District Task Force and a Sunset Strip District Task Force that would not only focus on economic revitalization, but on ensuring that what comes next preserves the character and the fun and the authenticity that made these neighborhoods great. I'd like to suggest the council form an affordable housing task force to look at non-traditional forms of housing that would allow younger, perhaps creative and artistic people to move into the city that are currently priced out of the market. I would like to suggest the city form a public banking commission and take advantage of the new California state public banking law that allows municipalities to form public banks so we could invest our own money to revitalize our own communities. I'd also like to suggest that the Arts and Cultural Commission be expanded to be an Arts, Cultural, and Entertainment Commission, and that part of its mandate to include nightlife and public nightlife to be part of its mandate. These are the issue of the Sunset Strip and the Rainbow District are important not only just because they're part of who we are at the city, but they're important for the hotel tax, and we need to give reasons for people to come here and lodge and help support our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Our next speaker is Michael King. Michael, you have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I have a couple of items. Hopefully I'll have 2 minutes. I can get to them in 2 minutes. As the previous speaker mentioned, the pandemic emergency has extended far longer than any of us expected. We thought maybe a couple of weeks or a month. Now we're at multiple months. There are a lot of necessary services that got shut down, and we can live without them for a month or two, but not for 5 or 6. One of them being electronics recycling. I, for one, have some larger electronics, like outdated computers and printers that I've had to upgrade from during the pandemic, and I have a little spare space to store them in my small West Hollywood apartment. It'd be really nice if we could have some sort of recycling event for these items rather than have people tempted to throw electronics in the trash and let residents have a little more breathing space. Also, a lot of the stay-at-home orders are being ignored. There's lots of traffic, a lot of people parking in our neighborhoods. Concrete repairs are about to start here in the Norma Triangle. And due to configuration of streets and buildings, we already have very limited parking for residents. We'll have street closures and parking loss during the construction. And at the same time, city-approved seismic retrofitting at my residence with no tenant habitability plan provided to the residents from either the landlord or city staff. We'll lose our parking in the building and we'll lose parking on the street for an indeterminate period. And I'd like the city to, I wonder if we could have staff work with us and work with the landlord to try to make sure that people aren't walking 2 and 3 blocks to and from their cars. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wes Siegmiller. Wes, you have 2 minutes to speak under general public comment.
Thank you, Yvonne. Good evening, council and staff. My name is Wes Siegmiller. I'm a West Hollywood resident. I'm calling today actually in opposition to 3C, the proposed housing smoking ordinance. So I've actually been participating with the Smoke Free West Hollywood coalition meetings since they started, just sort of as a medical marijuana user and a renters' rights advocate. I really wanted to come in and hear what the concerns were from the residents that are suffering from secondhand smoke, with it having and their frustrations and the health impacts that it's having. But also I attended those meetings because I wanted to raise the concerns of the unintended consequences of this ordinance that might affect, vulnerable renters, people that do smoke, obviously, which disproportionately accounts for LGBT people. Let's keep that in mind. And of course, marijuana users. Medical marijuana has served a really important role in my coping with a chronic autoimmune disease that is very painful. And so I think it's important not to minimize the damage this will do to people that use marijuana for medical reasons and recreationally as well. But also the economic impacts. We really need to consider how an ordinance like this can be used by predatory landlords to that already have a perverse incentive to push out residents that are, in multifamily units and apartments. Basically anybody that cannot afford a multi-million-dollar home that will be subject to this ordinance. So there's many reasons to reject it. None of them are because of the concerns of the people that are advocating for it. Those concerns deserve to be addressed, but this ordinance, it cannot be accepted because there's just too many unintended consequences. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Wes. Now we will have Larry Block. Larry was there. Give me 1 second. His call must have dropped. There are a couple of speakers, Mayor, who have called in, but I'm not quite sure what item they want to speak on. So I'm going to just unmute them and see if they would like to speak under general public comment. So there's 4. Hi, caller, you're on the line with City Council. Would you like to make a general comment or on a particular agenda item?
Me, I want to talk about the marijuana issue concerning the banning them in apartments and condos.
Okay, that is item 3C. I will go ahead and put you back on mute, and when that item comes forward, we will allow you to provide public comment.
Yeah.
Hi, caller.
Hello.
Hi, what item are you wanting to speak on?
I'm speaking on 3C, please.
Okay, I will go ahead and put you back on mute, and we'll allow you to speak on 3C.
I'll be speaking on 3C as well.
And what are the last 4 digits of your phone number, please?
4306.
Madam City Clerk.
Okay. Yes.
I received a message that our meeting is yet to go live on YouTube. It says live at 7:30 and 3. It is well past that time that I can text it. Please confirm that our meeting is accessible to the public.
I could barely hear you, Mayor, but I think you said that you received a message that the meeting hasn't started on YouTube.
Yes.
Okay. We put additional language on the agenda because we have been having some problems with YouTube. Those that want to view the meeting should view it on weho.org/WeHoTV, and we will try to get that information on the city's website as well.
Hold on, I'm trying to text that. So this person is able to access the meeting because obviously they wouldn't be able to hear that.
We put language on the agenda saying if there are technical difficulties with any of the platforms, and we put a link to a page on the City Council agenda page where we will let viewers know to view the council meeting on the city's website.
Okay, thank you. I got lots of people now texting me that they have it. So I guess everybody has it. Thank you very much.
Wonderful.
And now we can proceed with public comment.
Thank you.
Hi, Yvonne, Nick Remedio here, calling from last four digits 5961 on items 5A and 5B.
Yes, Nick, you emailed me and let me know what items you would be speaking on, so you're good. I'm assuming the other two people are awaiting items 3C as well, so I will just go ahead and keep them on mute, and Mayor, we will move on. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, Larry Block says that he is on hold and waiting to be let into the public comment.
Mayor, I apologize for interrupting. I think Nick Remedio was trying to comment on 5A and 5B, which were added to consent. So this would be the appropriate time for him to speak.
Yes, Madam City Clerk,
Nick,
can you?
Yep, Nick, you can speak regarding items 5A and 5B right now while we await Larry's return, who will be our final speaker. Nick, are you there?
Me? Hello?
Hello?
Hi,
Hello?
Nick Remedio?
Hi there, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Nick. You have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to recognize the leadership by Mayor Horvath, Mayor Pro Tem Heilman, Council members D'Amico, Duran, and Meister, and thank them for their continued service. In addition, I must continue to recognize the excellent guidance and support by our city staff led by Paul Aravallo. In regards to items 5A, I'd like to say on behalf of Lapeer Hotel and as a member of our hotel community, I'd like to thank the council for your support, which is now on consent for 5A. Through your support, our hotels will have a stronger chance at recovery through these initiatives, which are both common sense and yet out of the box. My thanks to Mayor Pro Tem Heilman on his leadership here with this addition and the unanimous support of this council. Secondly, on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, I applaud your support for our California Coalition for Safe Reopenings, which also happened to be featured today in an op-ed piece penciled by none other than Genevieve Morrill in the LA Times. I'm so proud that West Hollywood is the very first city to support this plan, which we believe will bring forth much needed dialogue and collaboration in stabilizing our small business community while continuing our commitment to public health. And I can assure you that the coalition's efforts and focus will remain on positive solutions without finger pointing and needless blame. It's so important right now, more than ever, that we continue to go high when others may go low. We are all in this together. Many thanks to Councilmember D'Amico for initiating this conversation with the coalition and for you, the entire council's unanimous support. Always great to see you all. Thank you so much and have a great night.
Thank you. Mayor, I do not have Larry Block in the queue, so I will try to reach out to him.
Okay, Genevieve Morrill says she's also in the queue and would like to speak on those same items.
I will unmute Genevieve. Let me find her. Genevieve, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment for item 5A and 5B.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And thank you, Mayor Horvath, Mayor Pro Tempore, and council members. We are so grateful to you for adopting our coalition and being one of the first cities to join. I also want to thank you for the item on the hotel incentives. It's much needed right now. I am so proud to work in West Hollywood for the past 21 years of my career. West Hollywood is always leading, taking risks, because you see vision and where we need change and where we need leadership. And this is in a case, I was grateful to some of the other speakers to really talk about task force and things that we need to move forward in long-term solutions for the business community. Our survival is dependent on it. And these sweeping closures, which we totally understand to control the virus, we need your help in finding new solutions to live with the virus in our midst and how we can remain open safely with these protocols. So we are very grateful to you. We look at one of our items on our 3-point plan is to really empower local communities, cities like yourself, to work with the governor's office and the county, to be a partner with them so that we can look at a ground up rather than a top down sort of program, to look at long-term solutions, also enforcement. We need the public's help here. We really need the public to be a partner with the business community, wear your masks, social distance, do what's right so that we can all get through this together. But without all of us cooperating, the business community is set up to fail, because no matter what we do, if we are not safe, we cannot survive. So we really need everyone's help to participate in this, to look at long-term solutions, to look at how we find ways and protocols that will help our businesses. And thank you so much for your support.
Thank you. And we now have Larry Block, who will be our final speaker. Larry, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Hi, everybody. How are you all? Tonight, I want to start with the failure of the City Council to bring meaningful ethics reform to our local elections. In late February, while both Heilman and Duran were doing fundraising, they both voted to double the donation limit from $500 to $1,000 that city contractors, lobbyists, and developers can donate to their campaigns. John Heilman said at the time, "We have an affluent community that can afford to give $1,000 per resident." Last Friday's filings show that John Heilman was wrong. The special interest bundled even more money, and council put into law a rule that 2 council members received a direct benefit. And that is what corruption looks like. It is illegal for a business license commissioner to take donations from cannabis operators, but is not illegal for a developer to donate tens of thousands of dollars to a planning commissioner named John Erickson. These special interests seem to have no confidence in our community visioning process or the merits of their own proposals that they have to tip the scales in our elections. Tonight, we review 2 competing cannabis measures that reflect the failure of this council in crafting the cannabis ordinance. And think of the other council choices. This council approved a park budget that went from $100 to $200 million, and the same parties doubled the donations to their campaigns. Council approved almost $1 million for attorneys fighting AKA, and we lost, but same attorneys don't send money to their campaigns. That's what corruption looks like. This council approved a homeless contract with no night or weekend outreach. This council approved a bike program that failed. This council lost our relationship with LA Pride. This council bet our future hundreds of millions of dollars to bring a subway through West Hollywood and carve our city into pieces of LA. So you don't have to worry about voting for change. Change is good. Lauren was changed. Lindsay was changed. D'Amico was changed. Change is good. The 2 old Johns represent yesterday's vision for tomorrow's West Hollywood. Let's move West Hollywood forward. My name is Larry Block, and I approve this message.
Thank you, Larry. Mayor, that was our final speaker.
Hi, I'm also in the queue, and I haven't been called. I was number 9.
Hi, Anne. This is the mayor, and I think you want to speak on item 3C. So I think that's why you're on hold still. Is that right?
And you'll call me later?
Yes,
exactly.
All
Correct.
right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I apologize for interrupting, Mayor. I think Councilmember D'Amico and I wanted to add one adjournment request to tonight that we both failed to bring up earlier, and that's Lady Red Couture, who was a trans woman, Black drag queen, who performed at Mickey's, had the show, the podcast, Hey Queen, and was a real staple in the LGBT nightlife. And I think Councilmember D'Amico and I would like to join together in asking us to adjourn in her memory.
Yes, and I was going to say that this council, in 2014, gave Lady Red and Johnny and the whole gang at Hey Queen a proclamation celebrating their exciting show and Lady Red and her ongoing Lady Redness. So we all miss her, and I guess today there was a story in the New York Times about Lady Red, and that's the paper of record. So we know that she had an effect, not just here, but across the nation. So to Lady Red, we send you off with lots of love. Thank you.
Thank you both. And I did also too want to add a few more adjournments. Earlier today, there was not final confirmation. We do now have confirmation that Lance Corporal Guillermo S. Perez, age 20, confirmed dead, as well as Private First Class Brian J. Baltierra, age 19, Lance Corporal Marco A. Barranco, age 21, Private First Class Evan A. Bath, age 19, U.S. Navy Hospitalman Christopher Nem, age 22, Private First Class Jack Ryan Ostrovsky, age 21, Corporal Wesley A. Rod, age 23, Lance Corporal Chase D. Sweetwood, 19, and Corporal Cesar A. Villanueva, age 21. They are presumed dead from a tragic accident that happened just off our coast, and so we will also adjourn in their memories as well. And now I will turn to my colleagues for council member comments. Who would like to go first? Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, sure, I'll go first. I wanted to just take a moment to thank the city manager, Paolo Kespradit, and all of his team. Some of the callers called in about trying to deal with the business community and different historic districts in the city and worried about empty storefronts. And what people aren't seeing is that the city manager has weekly calls with various groups of stakeholders on these exact issues. And that's the reason why we have outside dining at La Boheme and at Rocco's and at Hamburger Mary's now, because Paul and his staff work very quietly behind the scenes to make sure that we're keeping as many of our businesses afloat as possible. I think people think about task forces because that's the natural instinct on something to do, but I will tell you that task force tend to bog things down because they require meeting time and space and gathering people. And we are like a spry little minnow at the morning as problems rise up daily and weekly. The city manager, Paolo Kespradit, and his very dedicated leadership staff are on it all in the same week. And so I look at neighboring Los Angeles and watch how they struggle for weeks and weeks to try to get something done. And I see that we are doing it almost within the same week when a problem arises. So I just wanted to bring that up to let people know that your council and city manager are aware of all these issues, and we are on it and working on it week to week. And a lot of this, of course, the dimmer switch as COVID spreads and then as it recedes, we are acting accordingly. And we are somewhat limited by what state and county health orders will allow us to do. But as the dimmer switch goes down and we can open up to some degree a little more, we will do so. And so we're all very mindful of this, and we appreciate people coming to the table here with ideas for us. But I just wanted to let you know that we're on it. We've been on it since March. We're on it. We know that we're now entering the 5th straight month of having to deal with this, and we are all on it from city manager on down. So that's my only comment, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember D'Amico.
I actually have no comments. I think our agenda is pretty clear. Maybe I'll just comment on the where is that? Scrolling. 5A, the hotel recovery incentives, and 5B, the Chamber of Commerce economic. I think, as John just said, all of us are interested in doing what we can to keep our city businesses vital, and I know I do. I'm guessing all of us speak to the city manager and different people at City Hall about next steps and next opportunities. And I think I'm happy to help with the City Chamber of Commerce effort And I think Genevieve did do a good job today in her editorial. As people, the residents of this city think of ways for us to move our economic engine down the track, I'm happy to hear about it, and I appreciate people calling in. Other than that, I look forward to our discussions about the items on tonight's agenda. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. First, I want to thank my colleagues for supporting item 2M, which is the item on subsidized recreation program. I think that based on recent studies that it wouldn't be a large financial burden, but for those in need, it will be a helpful thing. So thank you for that. On 5A, I appreciate, I wanted to say thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Heilman for bringing this forward. That's on the hotel incentives. And I would like to suggest that maybe, we, again, if we need to, look at our hotels, the number of hotels that we have in the city, and, think about long-term, how many more hotels do we really need in the city, and how they would affect, if we end up with more applications, how it would affect our existing hotels. So I would like us to look at that at some point. And then on item 2K, it's actually not related to 2K, but it's related to housing and RENA. I just wanted to ask our city manager if we can find out from staff when they will be coming to us with an item on the RENA appeal process, so that we can learn about what we can or can't do and see if we want to move forward with that. I want to thank Robin Eastman and her team on 2I, the mid-project update on climate action and adaptation plan. It was actually a really good staff report, so thank you for that. And the only other thing I was going to say is that on item 4E, regarding our response to COVID, I was wondering if we could ask our communication staff and our housing staff to get together some kind of notice, very brief, that people can put up in elevators and common areas regarding wearing the mask and social distancing. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Mayor Pro Tem Heilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to join Councilmember Duran in thanking the city manager and the city staff, particularly the economic development staff, for all of their interactions with the business community. And I know you mentioned weekly, I think it's practically daily, that Paul is in communication with a number of our business leaders, trying to help them figure out how to reopen safely when they're able to do so, and what kind of policies and procedures we need to have in effect to help them. And I just wanted to thank him publicly and all of our staff. I want to thank my colleagues for supporting the hotel item. I know that this is a concern of all of us, of how to make sure that the hotel industry in West Hollywood gets back and operational. That's a big source of the city's revenue, and it's also a big employment center for our residents. As we move forward with that, I would also ask our staff to look at the issue of hotel pools. I know that that's come up before, making them available to residents on a day basis or something like that. That may not generate a lot of revenue for the hotels, but it would certainly be a good amenity for residents who are unable to participate in other recreation. And then we got an offer from Unite Here that represents a lot of the workers in the hotels, an offer to share protocols that they're developing. I think it's really important that as we move forward with safety protocols in the hotels and any of the businesses, that we try to get buy-in from the people working in those hotels and in other businesses. And a lot of businesses are looking at creating sort of employee committees to help develop the protocols and implement them, because we need buy-in, obviously, from the employees. And a lot of the protocols are not only for the protection of the customers, but for the employees as well. So I'd ask that our staff either follow up with me or reach out directly and get those protocols. I think there's going to be a lot of common ground between the hotels and Unite Here on the safety procedures that need to be put in place to make sure that the hotels are safe. And then finally, Mr. King raised the issue of electronic recycling. I know those kind of events are difficult to hold with social distancing, but I'd like us to look at that and see if there are ways that it can be done. Typically, what you're doing is driving through and dropping things off. So it's possible that it can be done with social distancing. And I know a lot of people have had to replace their computer equipment recently with all the Zoom meetings they're holding. So it might be a good time for us to look at scheduling something. That's it for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor,
Councilmember D'Amico, yeah.
Yeah, I had one last thing, and now maybe two, but I also wanted to mention about item 2I, which is the climate action adaptation plan. I forgot to mention that I attended a session in Germany over this past week on Tuesday nights. It started at 11 p.m. and finished about 1:30. But it was pretty terrific. It was, again, about what small cities around the globe are doing to meet their climate action goals. And it's just part of my ongoing participation with ICLE, and they featured cities from Japan and Australia, Germany, other parts of the European Union, and of course, West Hollywood. And I wanted to say that perhaps as part of our mid-project update, we might ask to add office reuse as housing as businesses evaluate work from home policies and commercial real estate loses tenants. And I think we also will have new transit targets and a reduction in commuters and an increase in daily at-home utility use. And I don't know that it necessarily needs to be part of this, but I think that, along with businesses setting aside outdoor space for activity, I think is also possibly part of this climate action update that we're working on. So I'll leave that in the capable hands of John Kehoe and Robin Eason and Garen and others to decide if that's something that belongs in this. But I think the long-term result of what might be a 2 or 3 year COVID epidemic will be that work from home has an actual place now in our society. And I think that will change our climate action goals. And I wanted to respond to John Heilman and Michael and let you know that UCLA continues to accept waste and electronic waste. If you Google UCLA electronic waste drop off, whatever, the hours are there, and you just drive up and you pop the trunk and they reach into your trunk and take it out. So be sure you remove the body before you drive your car with the printer over there. Other than that, I want to thank you, Mayor, for letting me jump in a second time.
Of course. I will now share that I attended the California Contract Cities meeting with the sheriff and the sheriff's department, and we have the first meeting of our public safety working group taking place this Wednesday to address public safety concerns among our contract cities. I also participated in the Women in Municipal Government, the Human Development Committee, and the board meetings for National League of Cities. One of our primary issues is making sure that local governments are included in the forthcoming act. I think it's called HEALS, CARES Act. We're still fighting for our funding here at the local level. We have not received our funding from the county or from the state yet we will continue to support our residents. And the next federal bill doesn't even have local governments written in the Senate version. So we continue to fight to make sure that we're getting all the support that we can to help support our residents, but no matter what any other level of government does, we will continue to do all that we can to support you and make sure that our city is able to do so. I also participated in the Obama Foundation's next in the series of reimagining policing discussions representing West Hollywood. Regarding items on our agenda tonight, I also want to echo my colleagues' comments with regard to the Climate Action Plan, an excellent report by Robin Eason and our other staff. We have certainly been a leader on environmental issues, and I hope that the next iteration of this plan continues to set standards. And I thank them for their leadership and their hard work on this plan. Item 2G, we are clearly on the record about the resources that we offer for residents who don't live in rent stabilized units. If you have questions, you can refer to that report as well as our staff, Corey Plank and Peter Noonan, with any questions that you might have. Item 2L, thank my colleagues for their support. Mrs. Fickett, who is the wife of the late architect referenced in that plaque, has shared information which I provided to the city clerk that we can use in reference when we create the stand and the whole display. So I hope that information can be shared with our staff to make sure that we include all of the relevant information. I thank Mrs. Fickett for her help in making this happen. And item 2N is a follow-up on a discussion that happened last week with Congregation Kol Ami and the Israeli American Civic Action Network. They hosted quite a powerful discussion, and to learn more about the trend of Holocaust denying that's taking place and their work to call that out and make sure that we do not try to rewrite history, but instead create a new future that learns from the mistakes of the past. I want to thank them for their leadership and my colleagues for supporting item 2N. I also I'm supportive of the suggestions of working with our local organizations for workers, item 5A that was brought forward. And I'd also offer that AB 3216 is a bill that's at the state level addressing many of these worker concerns, and perhaps our city will want to consider supporting that. But item 5B, I'm also supportive and glad to see this item moving forward. And I know that our chamber likes to work collaboratively, hence the coalition that they've built. And I know that the work that they will do with Governor and other officials at the state level to bring these items forward and to support our business community and hospitality industries will be great and very effective. And I'm glad to see our city supporting that. I wanted to ask our city manager if we could get an update on budget impacts. I know we've received concerns. We've heard some concerns tonight and also received correspondence and communication about concerns of the impacts from hotel closures, but also Pride and other things that have happened as a result of COVID. So if you could let us know when you think we might be able to have some sort of assessment of that to start understanding what those impacts are, I think that would be great. I think it would be very helpful for us to know. And I think that's all of my comments for our consent agenda tonight. I'll now turn it over to you, Paul.
Thanks, Mayor, members of the City Council. I have a brief report, and it's a lot of it's COVID related, and I'll try to answer the questions that were raised tonight. A couple of items that we continue to work on. One is economic impacts of COVID and working with businesses to reopen safe. We're continuing to do our out zones, which are outdoor spaces for restaurants and other types of retail. So far, we've issued 55 zones that are in place right now in the city. We've also entered into an agreement to purchase K-Rail that we will be installing in certain areas of the city to provide outdoor dining space and parking areas. And with that, I want to thank the council for upping my contract authority, because that was something we were able to do without having to do a staff report and come back to council on that. Those are real issues that we're working on. Again, the business community has been very engaged, very vocal, very cooperative. We're also looking at some potential areas to actually close down portions of streets on weekend nights to allow for extra outdoor activity. We're hoping to implement some of these plans within the next couple of weeks, or at least during the month of August. One of the issues that we've been challenged with in the city is working with Plummer Park and West Hollywood Park. I know this is going to come up a little bit later on the agenda. So far, compliance in West Hollywood Park has been extremely high. The park users, especially the dog park users, are practicing social distancing and wearing their masks. The Plummer Park has been closed, working with staff today to come up with ideas on reactivating the park. Clearly, shutting down the park was not something we took cavalier. For physical health and mental health, open space is really critical. We're coming up with a plan to hopefully reopen the parks on a limited basis starting this coming week. We would do the park openings based on reservations, and we have the current park program app right now that most of the park users currently use, including a lot of the seniors who go to the senior center. We would be able to reserve parts of the park in advance for families or any type of group gathering. And for folks who did not make reservations, we will have staff available to help them register and sign up for space. So this way we create an environment where at least the majority of the users that were in compliance with the park rules will have immediate access to the parks. And this is something that our goal is to roll it out this Saturday. Other issues related to COVID clearly are our finance and budget resources. We anticipated for last fiscal year and for this fiscal year revenue reduction somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 to $25 million. We have made expenditure reductions and have transferred some costs to help reduce the deficit for the city. We're in the process of winding down fiscal year 1920, which ended at the end of June. Usually takes a couple of months to lock down the number. So I'm hoping that either the second meeting in September or early October, I'll be able to do a more detailed and refined report in terms of the fiscal impacts to the city. But as of now, what we had crystal balled or anticipated is pretty much on track. It's been devastating to our economy, especially our hotel, tourism, and retail and restaurant areas. So we're again tracking our revenues, tracking our expenditures, and making sure that we maintain a balanced budget for the community and for the council. A couple of questions that came up. The RENA numbers will come at the September meeting, which is the second meeting in September. We're still working with SCAG on the process for the appeal, but that's the timeline for bringing that back to council. E-waste, electronic waste, there are programs that are available. We will link them to our website so folks can easily find out where they can go to drop off their computers and other devices. Let's see. One of the speakers spoke about concerns regarding the seismic retrofit at his building. Peter Noonan will coordinate with the city clerk and reach out to that resident to make sure that we can help address those concerns. Hotel pools are a challenge for us. We did reach out to a number of the hotel GMs about potential use of the pools. The issue they're having right now is with the social space guidelines that even with limited hotel guests, they're having a hard time meeting the demands of their guests to give them access to the pools. It doesn't take a lot for the social distancing requirements to fill up the patio areas by the pools. So at this time, opening them up either to the city or to a membership program with residents is not something that seems to be of interest to them at this time. Lastly, Councilmember D'Amico was talking about some of our zoning standards. I've been having conversations with planning and with our city architect regarding the future of development. Yes, we're going to have vacant office and we're going to have vacant storefronts, and we're still going to be short 3 million housing units in the state. So looking at some programs to create better, more agnostic land use policies that, again, look at the environmental impacts, the design impacts. Those are critical, but allow for flexibility of use. And I think the office market is going to be impacted by the current pandemic. There was a recent study by the UCLA School of Anderson that touched on that. So we need to be prepared to deal with that shift in use and demand. That concludes my comments. If the council has questions. Yes, Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Paul. I do have a question, and if you don't have the answer tonight, I guess maybe we could get an update in 2 weeks. But I noticed on your report that we've had 872 residents or requests for rental assistance from our residents. But it appears that about 150 of those requests were denied, or almost 20% of the tenants who requested assistance were turned down. Why? Why is that? Did they make too much money? Was there some other disqualifying reason? 20% seems like a very high number of rejected requests. So I'm just wondering what the reason is. If it had been 5 or 10%, it wouldn't concern me as much. But a 20% rejection rate does raise a question, at least for me, as to why. I know we've given out well over $500,000 from our general fund, which is a lot more than any other city in Southern California. But I'm curious about those 150 people that were turned down.
I do not have the answer to that right now, but
that's okay.
And I think
when you're
and what I'm getting here is that the fact that they haven't been processed doesn't necessarily mean that they've been denied. Some of them are still in the pipeline, so those ratios can change. So in next week's update, we'll provide a little bit more detail on that.
And one follow-up question to that is, I've already started a conversation with David Juni, but apparently when a resident asks for assistance, they can get $1,000 3 separate times in $1,000 increments. And I guess I understand the reasoning was to try to stretch the money out as far as possible. My concern is that when our eviction moratorium expires, whether it's at the end of September or if we end up extending it another month down the road, and we're suddenly faced with perhaps a larger pool of people needing help, would there then be a reason or rationale, rather than say you can only get $1,000 a month 3 times, to just give them a larger percentage one time, or the entire $3,000 one time, in order to help keep people afloat once the moratorium expires?
Yeah, and that's a deeper conversation with a lot of the relief packages that have been available, and hopefully Congress will and Washington will come up with a new plan soon. We're trying to one is we're also fiscally challenged. And we're providing a resource, and the resource was never intended to cover the full amount. But I'll pull together some more information. I know we're going to be coming back sooner rather than later for an additional request. Likely it'll be the second meeting in August. So at that time, we could dig a little deeper into it.
I'm sorry, Mayor, just one more comment for the city manager, and I'll be quiet, I promise. Paul, while you're doing that with your housing and human services staff, maybe another question to be explored is whether we need to provide more protection for those really long-term residents who are at historically low monthly rental rates. That would be probably the most severely impacted by an eviction. I'm thinking primarily of seniors or long-term residents with disabilities or others that might be impacted. I know seniors have a lot of, traditional Social Security income, but I just have a question whether we need to look at different ratios with criteria like age or disability or number of years in the city, whether if we have limited resources, we need to come up with more creative ratios to distribute what we have rather than just a flat rate across the board.
And we could look at, I think that the important thing to remember is a lot of those vulnerable residents you're discussing are on fixed incomes. And a lot of the fixed incomes have not been negatively impacted at this time. It's really the working class that has been devastated by the layoffs and furloughs. So I think while we have different populations with different needs, we can analyze that. But my guess, and I'll again check in with staff, is that the most vulnerable of our populations right now, again, they have certain aid that they're already receiving. That aid's pretty constant, but we'll dig a little deeper into that.
And I want to give credit to former Councilmember Steve Martin, who's actually the person who's been raising these issues with me. And the history between Steve and I, we don't always get along, but COVID is making us all work together. Thank you, Paul.
I do know, in response to at least one of your questions, Councilmember Duran, because I did ask this question of staff last week or the week before. Some of the applicants might not have been West Hollywood residents. They might have received the maximum amount of assistance. They might not have wanted rent to be paid directly to their landlord, as the programs often require that. Also, they might not have provided the required documentation, but I do know that this is something that our staff is tracking to see. It was not the majority of requests that were denied for lack of resources, but for other extenuating circumstances. With that, our Councilmember Tomiko.
So I had some questions for the city manager about the parks, but I know it's also in our discussion on 4E. And since I was the one who wanted to hold the item, we can do that now, or we can do that during the item. It's really up to you, Mayor.
We can do that during the item since we've left it on the agenda.
You got it.
Are there any other questions for the city manager? If not, I will turn it over to the city clerk for the fiscal impact of our consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. The fiscal impact with the addition of items 4D, 4D, 5A, 5B, and 6A, and the removal of 2D. I'm going to read into the record item 6A, since it's going on consent. We're introducing on first reading an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood, amending Chapter 13.04 Building Code of Title 13 of the West Hollywood Municipal Code, and finding the action exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And the fiscal impact is $611,211 in expenditures, $0 in potential revenue, and $0 in waived fees.
I would move the item.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember D'Amico?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran?
Aye.
Councilmember Meister?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Heilman?
Aye.
Mayor Horvath?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. And now we will move on to our first public hearing of the night, which is item 3A, the appeal of the Historic Preservation Commission's recommendation that the City Council deny cultural resource designation of the property containing two buildings located at the 8001 to 8003 Santa Monica Boulevard and 1105 North Laurel Avenue. Madam City Clerk, how was this item noticed?
The notice of public hearing was published and posted as required by law.
Thank you. And we will open our public hearing and turn it over to staff for our report. And before we do that, actually, Yvonne, do we have any speakers on this item?
No public speakers for this item.
Okay.
Mayor?
So, yes.
I have a disclosure that I was contacted this morning by the appellant, questions about process, and I referred her to the city attorney.
Okay. Are there any other disclosures?
I've been to the location.
Okay.
I've had,
And Councilmember D'Amico, go ahead.
that always makes me laugh because it's a small city. It's not like you had to, anyway, I've been to the location too. And I also heard from Lynn and Todd Elliott. So they sent some emails and I read them. Thanks.
Yes, I believe they sent emails that all of the council was copied on in advance of this meeting. I think that should conclude our disclosures unless there are any others. And now I will turn it over to staff for a report on this item.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Horvath, members of the City Council. My name is Doug Vu. I'm staff with the city's current and historic preservation planning division. I have a brief PowerPoint deck, so I'm going to share my screen with you all. Okay, so the item before you is an appeal of the Historic Preservation Commission's recommendation that council denied designation of the property containing two buildings located at 8001 to 8003 Santa Monica Boulevard and 1105 North Laurel Avenue, West Hollywood, as California Local Cultural Resources. The subject property is located at the northwest corner of Santa Monica Boulevard and Laurel Avenue and is currently developed with two buildings. The first building at 8001 to 8003 Santa Monica Boulevard is a one-story L-shaped corner commercial building that was constructed in 1922 in the Spanish colonial revival style, situated at the intersection of Santa Monica Boulevard and Laurel Avenue. The building has undergone numerous minor undocumented alterations that occurred cumulatively over the years, including the replacement of original elements such as doors, windows, and the addition of newer features, including handrails, awnings, and wall-mounted air conditioning units. So despite these alterations, the building was identified as potentially eligible for designation as a local cultural resource when it was evaluated under the 2016 Commercial Historic Resources Survey and was found to be potentially significant under the Sherman and adjacent county lands theme for its association with the history of commercial development in West Hollywood, as well as a small number of extant commercial buildings from the 1920s on Santa Monica Boulevard that were constructed as a result of the streetcar line. It is important to note that this identification was based on survey evaluation only, and it was not a designated cultural resource at the time of the evaluation. The 2016 commercial survey and its list of potentially eligible properties was originally presented to the City Council on July 23rd, 2017, and finalized on June 5th, 2017. On November 3rd, 2017, the city issued an over-the-counter building permit in error to re-roof the structure that resulted in the removal of additional historic or character-defining features, including the red clay tile roof, circular roof towers, and a notched wood beam above the breezeway. While typically this would not have proceeded without review by current planning staff and the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness, there was a delay between the time that the final survey was accepted by council and when the properties were identified on the survey were flagged in the city's permit tracking system as potentially historic. So the second building on the property at 1105 Laurel Avenue is located directly behind the first building. It was constructed in 1934. It was substantially altered in the early 1950s. And as you can see, lacks any discernible architectural style. The building was visually surveyed at a reconnaissance level during the 2016 commercial survey, but it was determined not to merit further evaluation and therefore not recorded nor identified as potentially eligible for designation. So on October 17th of 2019, the applicant, on behalf of the property owner, submitted a designation application for the purpose of removing the building at Santa Monica Boulevard from the 2016 commercial survey's list of eligible cultural resources, and also to determine that the building at Laurel Avenue is not a cultural resource. So this is the only procedure that's currently available to officially remove a property from a list of potential cultural resources under the municipal code. Upon analysis of the application, staff concluded that the building at Santa Monica no longer met the designation criteria for a resource under the city's Cultural Heritage Preservation Ordinance due to the removal of character defining features from the structure under the 2017 building permit, combined with the other previous alterations that were documented in the 2016 commercial survey. So together, these changes significantly compromise the building such that it no longer retains enough of its historic character, appearance, and integrity to be considered eligible for listing as a designated resource. Additionally, the building at 1105 North Laurel Avenue was researched, recorded, evaluated, and determined not to meet any of the criteria for federal, state, or local listing as a historical or cultural resource. So on January 27, 2020, the Historic Preservation Commission held a public hearing to consider denying the designation of the subject property by removing the first building at Santa Monica Boulevard from the survey's list of eligible resources and confirming that the second building at North Laurel Avenue does not meet any of the criteria to be deemed a cultural resource. The commission expressed deep concerns over the issuance of a building permit for replacement of the roof without a certificate of appropriateness, and that changes were permitted that resulted in removal of historic and character defining features. The commission noted that the property, however, must be evaluated under its existing condition and does not retain sufficient integrity to be eligible for listing as a resource based on the alterations that were made prior to the survey, as was associated with the roof replacement in 2017. After staff acknowledged that this was an unfortunate occurrence that was the result of an unintentional delay between the finalization of the survey results and the identification of the eligible properties in the city's permit tracking system, and assurance to the commission that steps have been taken to correct this and ensure that future survey results do not experience a similar delay, the commission adopted a resolution recommending that council deny designation of the property containing the two buildings as local cultural resources. On February 5th, an appeal of the HPC's action was filed by Lynn Russell, containing assertions that cite new information, technical errors or errors of fact, and inaccurate or unsupported findings by the Historic Preservation Commission. A detailed discussion of each assertion made by the appellant is included in the staff report, but in summary, the appeal alleges that the resolution adopted by HPC incorrectly identified that both buildings appeared on the 2016 survey's list of potential resources, that the survey only evaluated the building at 8001 Santa Monica Boulevard, that the staff report for the designation of the property was incomplete and did not contain critical facts and information, which resulted in the HPC's inability to make an informed decision, and that the applicant has not provided any additional information regarding the work performed under the 2017 building permit. The resolution adopted by HPC does not state that both buildings appear on the 2016 commercial survey's list of potential resources, but requests removal of the property as a whole from the list because the survey evaluated structures and identified potentially eligible resources using the primary address that was assigned to their assessor's identification number. Therefore, it was appropriate to remove the property from the list because both structures were determined at that time to be eligible for designation. The HPC staff report explicitly states that the 2016 commercial survey evaluated and identified the building at 8001 Santa Monica Boulevard as a potentially eligible resource, and that the building at 1105 Laurel Avenue was not further out evaluated after the initial reconnaissance, but was thoroughly researched, evaluated, and documented as part of the applicant's 2019 designation application. The staff report also contained all the information that was available for the HPC to consider, including the 2017 building permit that was issued to re-roof the building at Santa Monica Boulevard, and acknowledged that due to the unintended delay between the time in which the commercial survey's list of potentially eligible resources was finalized and their identification in the city's permit tracking system, this re-roofing permit was issued over the counter by mistake without the proper review and issuance of a certificate of appropriateness by current planning staff. The commission held a considerable discussion of the facts, expressed concerns with the process that led to the current request before them, and based its decision on the full record and in full knowledge of the events that occurred to conclude that the property does not retain sufficient integrity to be listed as a designated cultural resource. So based upon the materials provided in the appeal, staff does not find that evidence has been presented of any new information, technical errors, errors of fact, or inadequate or unsupported findings that would justify overturning the Historic Preservation Commission's recommendation to the City Council. A building permit to re-roof the structure at 8001 Santa Monica Boulevard was issued in error, and the Commission considered the facts and made its decision with knowledge of all the information available. The Commission also discussed ways to prevent this type of oversight in the future during its regular meeting last week. The appellant has not presented any evidence that this decision was made in error, and therefore staff recommends that the City Council uphold HPC's recommendation and deny cultural resource designation for the structures on the property located at 8001 to 8003 Santa Monica Boulevard and 1105 North Laurel Avenue. So this concludes my presentation. Hold on one second.
Can we go there next? That looks beautiful.
Thank you. And of course, I'm available to answer any questions, but I would like to say that Jake LaJolie, the Historic Preservation Commission's chair at the time they made their recommendation, is present this evening, and he would like to address the City Council briefly. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, do we now have speakers on this item?
We have the Historic Preservation Commissioner that would like to speak, and that is the only speaker.
Okay, we'll turn it over to Jacob.
Jacob, you have 2 minutes to speak.
All right, good evening.
3A.
I just wanted to say that I appreciate everything that the council does for the city of West Hollywood, and just specifically with this item, the HBC was asked to consider the designation of a building that had been substantially altered. Those alterations were the result of a remodeling permit that was mistakenly issued by the city without prior approval of a certificate of appropriateness. Staff admitted to HPC that they had made a mistake, but the HPC heard no evidence that this was anything other than an error by the city itself. There was no evidence of a misrepresentation by the building owner or remodeling permit applicant. HPC could find no basis for requiring or recommending that the building be restored to its prior condition. It's not at all clear that HPC would have recommended designation of the building in its prior condition. But when the item came before us in its altered condition, we had to take the building as we found it. And that's basically it.
Thank you very much. Do any of my colleagues have questions, or would you like to weigh in on this item? Councilmember Duran.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Because this is an appeal, normally we would hear from the appellant and then the appellee. Are we not having that sort of presentation this evening, or?
I have the applicant, Todd Elliott, is on.
Oh, okay. I didn't know anybody was on.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was waiting until after staff's staff presentation. So Todd Elliott is on, but I do not think Lynn Russell is on. I don't have her in the queue, and I'm not quite sure if she's one of these numbers. I don't think so, but Todd is here.
Okay, so we'll turn it over to Mr. Elliott.
Hi.
Excuse me, this is Lynn Russell speaking, and I am on the line, and I would like to speak prior to Mr. Elliott. I am
okay, Madam City Clerk, I'll turn it over to you to manage.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. You have 5 minutes to speak.
Perfect, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Horvath and fellow City Council members. This is Lynn Russell speaking, and I'm here this evening advocating for the 1922 Spanish Colonial Revival Building at 8001-8003 Santa Monica Boulevard, a rightful candidate for commercial cultural resource on a main thoroughfare as determined by the 2016 GPA commercial survey accepted by council. I also want to mention that my original request for a continuance was for one with a date uncertain, and the staff insisted that it be heard this evening. So we're off and going. The essence of this appeal is actually a continuance that was requested in advance of the January 27th HPC hearing, whereby after personally having detected flaws and incomplete documents in the material, I felt the commissioners needed to examine all relevant documents for a full and fair hearing. A public document search was initiated to reveal, but not thoroughly provided prior to the meeting. Importantly, the inaccurate HPC minutes state, which actually Mr. Vu quoted, that alterations occurred prior to the 2016 survey. However, according to the roofing permit, which was issued in 11/3/2017, it was after the survey had been accepted by the council. The muddled procedural issues at the HPC meeting prevented the requested continuance and therefore foreclosed the opportunity to do so during approval of the agenda. Staff comments then obliquely referenced the faulty permit in sort of a word salad explanation, and made additional references to a presumed error or series of errors in the city process that defy credibility. After this kabuki dance, the city staff consequently fell on its proverbial sword. Regardless, the decision was made to deny the resource, and later commissioner discussion lamented the damaged building and wondered what to do to prevent it in the future. However, the following facts and questions remain. The permit applied for on 11/3/2017 by K&H Roofing, who had done prior work on the adjacent building for the same owner, far exceeded its scope and detail. The knowledgeable applicant, Mr. Elliott, with expertise in the area of historic procedures and land use, particularly under survey, would be naturally informed about all the details of a client's property, and especially a building that he personally manages. I ask you all, upon discovery of a decapitated and defaced Spanish colonial revival building, did the applicant inquire of the roofing company, lodge a complaint, or file an action against them? I ask, upon discovery, did the applicant report the incident to their insurance company? Additionally, did the applicant open an investigation or file a complaint with the city? More curious is the lack of inspection by code compliance and other agents of the city regarding a building in full public view. According to the reasonable man theory, these are steps a reasonable person would undertake, and there is no evidence that they did so. Contrary to that, the applicant filed an application for the building to be removed from historic resource consideration. Is this an act or an issue of multiple coincidences, or one lacking good faith, or perhaps favoritism against a candidate's structure recommended by the survey? The question remains, could this happen to other buildings? Initial and ongoing discovery, I have found, could result in even more serious circumstances than detected to this point. I reserve the remainder of my time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you.
We now have Todd Elliott. Todd, you have 5 minutes to speak on this item.
Good evening. Can the council members hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I don't have the burden of proof here, rather the appellant does, but I'll just try to briefly touch on what are the facts of the appeal. one, this property was not on the list of historic resources as one, as two different buildings. It was on as one parcel, not two buildings. The Historic Preservation Commission was not confused about that in any way. The DPR form prepared by GPA did in fact contain a status code of 5S3. GPA evaluated and found worthy of designation the colonial revival style commercial building whose entrances were on 801 and 803 Santa Monica Boulevard. However, they also evaluated the whole site. And if you look at the evaluation we had prepared by Architectural Resources, at the very end, out of an abundance of caution, we not only asked Historic Resources Group to prepare an evaluation, we actually went back to GPA and asked them to review the application and weigh in. And they agreed at that point that this building no longer retained integrity and was not an historic resource. The HPC staff report, which appeared on Tuesday evening, January 21st, may have alarmed members of the historic preservation community. I don't know. To say that the work grossly exceeds the scope of a permit, I am not a roofer. I think that generally roofers do what they can to prevent future water intrusion. I'm not aware, or I wasn't at the time, that Ms. Russell wanted any sort of a continuance at 127. I appeared at the meeting and I think she addressed that with the commission directly, but in any event, it had been going on a long time and we were not amenable to a continuance simply because she wanted the commissioners to see an exact copy of the permit rather than trusting the staff to tell them that a permit had been issued. I think this is a highly unusual situation, but contrary to what Ms. Russell is saying, which is a lot of speculation and innuendo, I don't think this is, as she describes in her appeal, a case of criminal negligence. I think rather it's a masterful attempt to attack staff and the process. And that's the shame here. Staff has gone out of their way to make sure, and the commission, that this sort of thing doesn't happen again. We hired a roofer to, as we always do, to get a permit. We shouldn't be punished or treated as villains because we did the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Mayor, we don't have any public comments, so unless council has questions, we can go to the rebuttal of the appellant, or if you would like to take questions.
Rebuttal is good. Thank you.
Okay, Lynn, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. I'll continue. In response to Mr. Elliott's statements, they were wholly inaccurate, and I didn't make any specific accusations. However, Mr. Elliott did contact me out of the blue sky in late April, actually, and then we had a discussion on May 1st, in which he extolled many, many issues and made many revelations about the property the intention to develop and so forth and so on. And after nearly 30 minutes of hearing this and not saying hardly a word, I just asked about the appeal. And he said he glanced at it. I said, well, let's wrap this all up. I would propose that you find a way to restore this building and incorporate it perhaps into your future development. He agreed that he would speak with the owner, and I didn't hear anything further. So in proposing a remedy for this kabuki dance, enveloping this potential historic resource, I would like to point out the French Market development on the adjacent northeast corner is undergoing a thoughtful process by faring with all its I's and dotted and its T's crossed. Although it would be a circuitous path, I would suggest granting this appeal and returning the item to the HPC for a proper unfettered review and consideration. In advance of this hearing tonight, I twice requested that the applicant agree to a continuance to a date uncertain, benefiting all parties and allowing for a meaningful opportunity to discuss something potentially untapped on this property. Yet here we are. The Spanish colonial revival building, part of our commercial history, selected as a deserving candidate, suffered an avoidable consequence, which should allow the HPC decision to be reversed. Incidentally, GPA has recently been approved for the multifamily survey, and even though the applicant disfavors their, we should move on. In the spirit of our historic preservation philosophy, ideals, and ordinance, and in accord with West Hollywood's Vision 2050, which should include the Main Street concept and grants offered by the National Trust to reinvigorate our community, I request that you grant this appeal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lynn. Todd, would you like 2 minutes for rebuttal?
I wasn't as sure.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I did want to say I did contact Ms. Russell in April, as I always do appellants. I did not promise her any sort of transaction or deal of any kind. I simply told her that I would take her thoughts and consider them, but I didn't think my clients would be interested in that. I don't have a duty to her to respond to her. I do not represent her. And finally, I find I take umbrage to the term kabuki dance as being pejorative of gay men and the idea of dressing up in Asian face. That's really unacceptable. So that's all I have.
Mayor, I have a question of Jennifer Elkire, if we're done with the
Go ahead, Councilmember.
back and forth. So Jennifer or Doug, so maybe I went by too quickly, but is there a development proposed for this site? No, there's not. Okay, and if there were a development proposed for this site, we have a process in which every site is evaluated for its historic significance, right? So let's say it's 2024 and Bank of America buys the site and sells it to Housing Trust International, and they want to make a housing project on that corner. Then we evaluate the Bank of America building, we evaluate that building, we evaluate the parking lot to see if any of them are historic, and another bite at the apple of the historic review happens. Is that right?
Normally that would be the process, but in this case, since the applicant did submit a designation application, if council decides to deny the appeal and move forward with removing the property from the survey's list, then in the future, should a development proposal come forward, the property will have already been determined not to be a historic resource and would therefore not be required to repeat that process.
I thought that expired after some number of years.
Yeah, let me
just real quick, sorry about that. I'm on 2 different devices, so I think I was muted when I
Okay.
tried to talk before. I'm sorry. But yes, I think that this would all be part of the narrative. And so we would look at everything again as part of a new application, but this would be part of that, of the record as far as how this building, how this property is treated.
Okay, and at that point,
So
there would,
if there's new evidence, then we would look at that, yeah.
okay. I have no other questions, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Councilmember.
Thank you. I just, I have a question for staff, and that is, I guess I don't understand, when the permit was pulled, did the property owner know that their property was under review for a historic designation or
So
eligibility?
the city did not notify the property owner that their particular property was determined to be potentially eligible until about several weeks after this building permit was issued. So after the results of the 2000 commercial survey were finalized, the city sent letters to all of these properties, basically inviting applications for consideration for designation. But unfortunately, that letter was not sent until November 15th. And the building permit for this particular property was issued on November 3rd. So it occurred a couple of weeks before the city formally notified property owners that their buildings or their properties were identified on the list of potentially eligible.
However, if someone was paying attention and watched our meetings and saw the meeting that was in, when was it, June? They would know that that was a possible property being looked at. Is that a potentially eligible property? Is that right?
That is correct. If a property owner or any member of the public, closely followed the 2016 commercial surveys process, which was a year-long process, then they might have been aware that this particular property was being considered. But unless they were closely following the survey, then they would not know that. That's correct.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'll jump in here.
Okay.
I think we need to deal with the building as it is in its current condition and whether it meets the requirements for preservation. And the staff has concluded that it doesn't. Our Historic Preservation Commission has unanimously concluded that it doesn't. Nothing I heard tonight changes the condition of either one of these buildings. And based on that, I would move to close the public hearing and deny the appeal.
Second.
So motion and a second. Councilmember D'Amico.
I just want to make one more comment, and it's really about the Lynn and probably others' commitment to our city's historic fabric, and it's appreciated. And to Todd, who gets paid, if you could limit the discussion of your hurt feelings on my time, I would appreciate that. I'm actually really not interested in whether you think members of our public are not doing their job correctly. Members of the public volunteer their time because they love this city, and you get paid to sit on the phone and then complain about members of the public, and I would rather you didn't do that on my time. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, thank you. I would just like to ask, and it's not part of this appeal, but I would like to ask staff to bring back to us an item that explains what they're doing in the future so that this type of thing doesn't happen again. I know that they brought it to historic preservation, and I would be interested in knowing that as well, because it really is disappointing and sad to lose a historic resource in this way, especially.
Yes, staff would be.
We can do that.
happy to
Thank you.
And I think I agree that we certainly don't want this to be a repeat occurrence. I think staff has acknowledged the error, and I think commission evaluated this building in the context and in light of that information. One question I did have was the current owner, is it different? Is the current owner different than the applicant to the city who applied for the roofing changes, or is it the current owner who did that?
Our understanding that it is the current owner. It's the same owner.
Okay. Okay. So, so that person made the application and then proceeded with the changes that were granted by staff.
That is correct.
So they received information from the city that led them to the actions that they took after the fact. And so while I agree that's an unfortunate circumstance, I think we've appropriately gone through what the process is to determine whether this meets the level for designation at this time. Again, it can be reviewed in the context of any future development, but at this time, I don't think that any new information has been presented. So we do have a motion to close the public hearing and deny the appeal. It has been seconded. Are there any further comments or discussion? I'll turn it over to our city clerk for roll.
Councilmember D'Amico?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran?
Aye.
Councilmember Meister?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Heilman?
Aye.
Mayor Horvath?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. And now we move on to item 3B, which is our second public hearing of the night, an ordinance adopting by reference Title 32 of the Los Angeles County Code, incorporating the 2019 California Fire Code 2019 edition. Madam City Clerk, how was this item noticed?
The notice of public hearing was published and posted as required by law, and
We'll
we
open
don't
the-
have any, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'd like to move the item if we don't have
we
any
have-
public speakers.
We have to open the public hearing first, but yes, we can accept a motion to close the public hearing and move the item.
I'll make that motion.
Is there any other discussion of the item? Councilmember Meister.
No, I was just going to second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I did have a couple quick comments. I think this could be a good time for us to focus on cleaning up the code as it relates to our relationship with the fire department. I know that interpretation of the code often lies with the fire chief at the time, which has caused some conflicts, and I know some difficulty for our staff in moving forward on some items. And so if we could perhaps ask our staff and the divisions to make a record of conflicts so we can try to schedule a meeting with the fire department to address these issues so we can have some more consistency in terms of what the interpretation of the code is as it's updated. I think that would also be helpful, and I'm happy to help facilitate that if staff is willing to do that. I understand there are some concerns on that end. But we can move forward with closing the public hearing and moving forward with the item if there's no other discussion or comment. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember D'Amico?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran?
Aye.
Councilmember Meister?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Heilman?
Aye.
Mayor Horvath?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. And now we'll move to our third and final public hearing of the evening. Item 3C, amendments to the West Hollywood Municipal Code prohibiting smoking in common areas and new units within multifamily dwellings, creating a registration program that requires designation of unit smoking status, and prohibiting smoking in any park or within 5 feet of any parklet. Madam City Clerk, how was this item noticed?
The notice of public hearing was published and posted as required by law.
Thank you, and we'll open the public hearing. And how many speakers do we have at this time?
We have between 18 and 20. We have some people who had to hang up and are calling back. So we have quite a few public speakers.
Very good. So we'll take the report first and public speakers after that. I'll turn it over to our staff for a report.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor Horvath and members of City Council. My name is Danny Rivas and I'm the Code Compliance Manager for the City of West Hollywood. Also joining me this evening is Dan Mick, Code Compliance Supervisor, and Peter Noonan, Housing and Rent Stabilization Manager. The item before you this evening is regarding the proposed changes to Title VII that prohibits smoking in common areas and new units located in multifamily dwellings, and establishing a registration program that requires designation of units, smoking status, and amends Title 11, prohibiting smoking in public parks and parklets. In addition, a fee resolution will also be considered this evening, adding the proposed ordinances to the Code Compliance Division Administrative Citation Fee Schedule. To provide a little background on the item, in March of 2018, City Council directed staff to return with information on smoke-free housing programs. This was followed by a staff presentation in July of last year, where information was shared with City Council on smoke-free housing policies adopted by 3 benchmark rent-stabilized cities, which included Santa Monica, Berkeley, and Beverly Hills. Staff received direction at that time to return at a future meeting with an item that does the following: prohibit smoking in multifamily dwelling units, prohibit smoking in common areas of multifamily dwellings, creates a registration program for units that are designated as non-smoking, and prohibit smoking in parks. As mentioned, the 3 cities we researched were Santa Monica, Berkeley, and Beverly Hills. The adopted policies in these 3 cities have many similarities, but a few differences. All 3 cities required their smoke-free housing policies in multifamily dwellings with 2 or more units. In addition, all new units are designated immediately smoke-free upon adoption. However, various approaches were taken towards existing tenants in multifamily dwellings. Santa Monica allowed a period of time to allow existing tenants to voluntarily choose to designate their unit as smoke-free, and if they did not, they were and are still allowed to smoke in their unit until they move out. The City of Berkeley required all existing tenancies to adhere to the smoke-free housing policy 6 months after the date of adoption. And Beverly Hills provided a little over 15 months from the date of adoption for all existing tenants to transition to smoke-free units. With respect to common areas, Santa Monica prohibited the smoking in all enclosed common areas, but allowed the ability for a property owner to allow smoking in unenclosed common areas under a certain criteria. Berkeley and Beverly Hills took a different approach and prohibited all smoking in common areas. Consistent with the cities of Santa Monica, Berkeley, and Beverly Hills, staff is recommending this evening that all new units be designated immediately smoke-free upon adoption in the City of West Hollywood. Similar to the City of Beverly Hills, staff is proposing to allow existing tenants the ability to voluntarily designate their unit smoke-free, but they would transition to a smoke-free unit by January 1st, 2022. Staff is also proposing all common areas be smoke-free in multifamily dwellings, which is in line with the cities of Berkeley and Beverly Hills. Also, as a point of consideration, California Health and Safety Code Section 11362.79 does not exempt the smoking of cannabis where smoking is prohibited by law. The proposed language that applies to multifamily dwellings was presented before the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce Governmental Affairs Committee on March 10th and July 14th of this year. In addition, the proposed smoke-free housing policy was included in an electronic newsletter to the membership of the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles on July 11th of this year, which requested feedback directly to city staff. The proposed amendments also include chapters 11.12 and 11.29 regarding the prohibition of smoking in public parks and parklets. And that was considered by the Public Facilities Commission at their February 12th, 2020 meeting and presented before the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce Governmental Affairs Committee on March 10th and July 14th of this year. Staff also provided alternatives to the proposed multifamily dwelling ordinance for City Council to consider. That concludes staff's presentation, and we are happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question about condo owners. I read a non-occupying owner. Does that mean a renter?
Yes.
And so so owners can, under this recommendation, owners can smoke in the unit they own, but renters can't smoke in the unit they're renting in a condo building.
No, so it would apply to owners or tenants in condos.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple of questions for Mr. Rios before we get into it. This cannabis ban that's being proposed tonight, you stated that state law does not allow us to separate cannabis from tobacco. Is that right?
That is correct.
So if we wanted to treat tobacco and cannabis differently, we would be precluded from doing that because under the Health and Safety Code, they are treated the same. We will not be able to exempt cannabis, including medicinal cannabis for medical reasons, if we pass this, correct?
That is correct. The Health and Safety Code in the state refers specifically to qualified patients of medicinal cannabis. So it does say that. It doesn't get into the differences between tobacco or cannabis. It just speaks to what is precluded or not precluded if an area is prohibited smoking.
So people with epilepsy, AIDS, cancer, all the other ailments in which one would use medicinal marijuana, if we pass this, they would be precluded from using their medicine in their apartments or their condominiums. Is that right?
So per state law, they would be precluded from smoking of cannabis, but they would be allowed the ability to consume in non-smoking form.
Which means edibles, even though people with migraines and epilepsy, it takes a little while for the digestive system to consume and digest an edible. But let me go to the next question I have for you, Mr. Rivas. Your staff report says that there's no fiscal impact on this particular item. Later on this evening, we're going to be dealing with the new licensees we're trying to extend to cannabis owners, both our 4 originals and those that have now qualified to receive a license to open a cannabis business in the future. Was any discussion had with any of these current or future operators about the fiscal impact or the economic impact it might have on their businesses if people within our city were not allowed to consume marijuana other than through edibles? Any discussion occur with any of the operators?
No, Councilmember Duran, there was no discussion with cannabis operators.
If in fact we pass this, or my last question, we pass this ordinance, then I assume that the tax that we have all been talking about that we would receive from the retail or medicinal use of marijuana from all of these new licensees in our existing medical marijuana businesses, that if in fact people are prohibited from consuming cannabis by smoking or vaping, that would have an impact, possibly an economic impact, on the amount of tax that we would receive from the reduced demand that we would be implementing citywide. Any discussion occur about having to adjust our budget or what we do in the event that we, in essence, prohibit the vaping and smoking of cannabis in the city unless you're in a single family home?
No, Councilmember Duran. There was no discussion regarding that.
Those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions at this time? Councilmember D'Amico?
I guess maybe I didn't read this closely enough, but so I understand that if we ban tobacco smoking, you just said that the state says that we're banning all kinds of smoking, right? So if we say you can't smoke in your apartment, you can't smoke anything, you can't vape, you can't smoke cannabis. But what would happen if we didn't follow that? What if we said We don't agree. We think people should be able to smoke cannabis in their apartments the way we did in 1994 when it was illegal.
Yeah,
City attorney?
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
defer to Lauren.
I mean, that's an interesting question. I've pulled up the state law regulation that I believe Danny's referring to. Danny, it was 11362.3, right?
Yes.
It says that.
No, I'm sorry, Lauren, it's 11362.79.
Oh, 0.79. Well, this one I'm reading says, people are not allowed to smoke cannabis in a location where smoking tobacco is prohibited. I'll have to look up the other section specifically related to medical and get back to you in just a moment if you want to hear from the public commenters first. I want to see what that state law language says.
and I guess I wondered if that was in commercial locations.
One of the sections is about adult use and one of the sections is about medical. So let me look at the second section that Danny just gave me, which is.
Okay, but they're not separated into housing versus non-housing.
No, it talks about prohibiting smoking of cannabis every place where tobacco is prohibited. So that's what Danny was saying, tying them together. But let me look at the language a little closer.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Of course. And I know that I've received quite a bit of correspondence just before we go to questions about the issue of eviction and this being used as a condition for eviction. And I wanted our staff to address that issue. How has this been written to prevent people from being evicted, or is this intended to be a reason for eviction?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mayor. So we did, as a part of our research gathering phase, reaching out to the other 3 rent stabilized cities. None of them have in their municipal code smoking designated as a nuisance, which is something that that the city of West Hollywood has, where it precludes smoking and explicitly states that smoking is not a nuisance under our rent stabilized ordinance. And then in addition to that, there is a clause or a mentioned section that does protect tenants from any sort of eviction or harassment should there be any sort of involuntary changes that are demanded of the tenant. And I could actually even turn it over to Peter Noonan in housing and rent stabilization to add to that.
Hello and good evening. Danny, I think that you covered it very well. Currently, the rent stabilization ordinance does include a list of allowable reasons to evict. And within that list is nuisance is one of the reasons that a tenant could be evicted. Our rent stabilization ordinance, however, makes it clear that nuisance does not include smoking. And so it seems that there's going to be a fine balance in this program if the council does consider adopting a non-smoking program, where you would have existing in-place tenants that would have the ability to continue smoking, that it wouldn't be considered a nuisance for the purposes of eviction, but you would also have units that would be non-smoking, and there would be a non-smoking requirement in some units in the buildings.
And it's also my understanding that the Rent Stabilization Commission had some discussion of this before it was referred by the commission to City Council. Is that right? And if so, can you talk a little bit about what happened at the?
You are correct. The Rent Stabilization Commission is the body that originally brought this forward for consideration and review a couple of years ago. And I believe that there may be some commissioners present to speak about that process. The commission did review a number of different programs and also heard a lot of testimony from different groups, non-smoking advocate groups, and then formulated a recommendation that was sent to the council. And I believe that that was the basis of the action that the council is now looking at this evening.
Okay, Councilmember D'Amico.
A couple of people have written to say that they're wondering if the feed for this meeting is working or if somehow their internet is down on the east side. I know there's a power line fire at Genesee and Norton, but it's not clear. Maybe we can take a 10-second pause, but specifically, I know Rob Bergstein, who's very interested in this, can't seem to get connected and in touch. So
Thank you for letting us know. Madam City Clerk, if you could connect with our staff to make sure that we're up and running as we need to be for this meeting.
I will do that. And Rob Bergstein is actually on hold.
Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor, I have some follow-up questions for Mr. Noonan based upon what he just said.
Okay, well, let's, but I think we need to wait to confirm that the public is able to access the meeting before we can proceed. So I think if we need Madam City Clerk, are we clear or should we take a break quickly?
I'm texting cable staff to see.
I've received notice from staff that all the feeds are currently working.
Great. So
Okay.
we'll think that it's a internet problem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Councilmember Duran, and then we'll go to our public comments.
Mr. Noonan, I want to go over unlawful detainer for you because I think that's a great concern to all five of us. Are the grounds for eviction, especially during a pandemic when people are already being required to shelter at home. Currently, under current law, there are a limited number of reasons why a tenant can be evicted. For example, for non-payment of rent, one of the other general provisions is a violation of the lease or rules and regulations of the building, and any sort, and finally the general category called nuisance, although there's no specific language as to what qualifies as a nuisance. If a tenant declared their unit to be non-smoking, let's say, but then later developed cancer and now needed medicinal marijuana, the fact that they have designated their unit non-smoking and now they are smoking cannabis for cancer, that would result in a violation then of this proposed ordinance, which would in fact become grounds for eviction. Isn't that right?
I believe that could be the case. In your example, however, you have presented a medical necessity that could also interplay into that scenario. But separate and apart from having that medical necessity, in your example, yes, you could have the unintended consequence. A tenant could designate their unit non-smoking today, and in a year from now, situations change and they now need or want to smoke marijuana, and that would then present a problem for them because their unit would be non-smoking.
So the language that we have in our ordinance that specifically says smoking is not to be considered a nuisance, meaning not grounds for eviction. If we adopted this tonight, that section would have to be either eliminated or modified, wouldn't it?
Well, I think that Danny could speak to this more fully, but I believe that the program that's before the council has a couple of different options. I do believe that all of those options allow existing tenants to continue smoking who are smoking now. And so those laws could remain in place. But Danny, would you like to add to that?
Sure, absolutely. So we did add as an alternative for City Council to consider discussing that more as a policy discussion. Whereas, on one end in the rent stabilized ordinance, it's stating that smoking is not a nuisance. However, from the staff report in terms of what is being proposed, we're essentially stating if adopted, it's in the interest to protect the health and safety and welfare of the tenants residing there. So it's just a point of discussion, but it would not preclude one way or another to your question, Councilmember Duran.
One last question is Mr. Noonan just brought up a very good point. any existing tenants currently in our units citywide have the ability, if this passes, to declare their unit smoking or non-smoking. So anybody that elects to have their unit declared smoking, any of the neighbors that live next to those units that are desirous of that to stop or cease, they'd have no remedy until that smoking tenant ultimately moved and vacated the unit, which would then make it a non-smoking unit. Is that the way the program works? Mr. Rivas or Mr. Noonan?
You want to take that one, Danny?
No, go ahead, Peter. I didn't.
Please, by all means.
Yeah, so that is one of the recommendation alternatives that's on there. The program that we initially presented would allow existing tenants to designate their unit smoke-free voluntarily. However, even if they did so, there would be a timeline on the initial recommendation that would automatically transition the unit, by January 1st of 2022. However, one of the alternatives is consistent with what the city of Santa Monica did, as you just mentioned, which allowed existing tenants the ability to voluntarily designate their unit smoke-free. And if they did not, then it was automatically assumed that the unit was a smoking unit, and it was allowed to do so until that tenant moved out of their unit.
Okay, one last question, Mayor, and then I'll stop. Just one last question. If we adopt this and people decide to continue to smoke tobacco, a tenant would have the option then of exiting the building, going out into the public right of way, onto the sidewalks or city streets, and having a cigarette out in the public square or a public space. But with cannabis, marijuana, Proposition 64 specifically precludes people from smoking out in the public right of way or public streets. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So if we were to pass this cannabis ban, we are telling people you can't legally smoke cannabis in public out on the streets, and you cannot smoke cannabis in your unit if you have designated your apartment to be non-smoking. So you can't do it in private, and you can't do it in public either. And your option then is to eat edibles, is what we're telling people. Is that right?
You would be precluded from smoking cannabis in a multi-family dwelling as well as out in the public.
Thank you. No other questions.
Okay, so we have had a couple more folks reach out saying that access on the east side continues to be down. It's an internet issue. It's not a city broadcast issue or a city access issue, but is an access issue on behalf of the public based on what appears to be a telephone pole that has caught fire. And so I'm just trying to, I've reached out to city clerk and city attorney to see what legally we're able to do in proceeding with this meeting, given potential access to the meeting issue.
Mayor, I actually sent a text to our city attorney and I see she's unmuted. Thank you, Lauren.
Oh, I didn't see your text. Could we give a minute for those residents to call into the Zoom? I mean, our broadcast is working, but if they can't access at home, maybe don't we let public speakers call into the Zoom? Maybe that's a way that they could hear the meeting.
So I know that a couple people are trying to comment. So as long as they're able to comment by calling into the Zoom, perhaps that can work, but I don't know if they're not able to do both. I think that's an issue, but are we technically able to allow that?
Yes, if someone calls in, I can let them into the meeting and they will be able to hear, and they can have the ability to speak if they want to. So they won't be able to see, but they can hear what's going on in the meeting.
Okay. And okay, as long as that's the legal way to proceed, I just want to make sure that people are able to have access to our meeting so they're able to participate. So
Mayor,
happy to take a couple.
I think you bring up a very good point, Mayor, and that is that people on the east side of town don't even know that they can't participate unless they're texting a council member. So I do think there's a Brown Act issue that you've raised. And I'm not sure how to remedy it, but I think it's fundamentally unfair to let a third of the city not be able to participate unless they call in.
So just a moment, we put language on the agenda that said that the WeHo TV and the Spectrum, I don't know, the Spectrum Channel 10 are the official viewing platforms of the city, because those are the two that we can control. And if they're having technical difficulties, they should go to WeHo TV and go to www.weho.org/council agendas. And Yvonne can post information up there to tell people to call in.
Right, but
So we can
but they can't access the internet is the problem.
But their phone still works.
But yeah, but their telephones still work.
Because they're texting you. So if they're texting you, they can join the meeting on Zoom through their telephone, and they can be in the meeting and listen to everything that's going on.
Are their televisions working? Because we were trying to address.
I don't think the
Their
cable.
Spectrum doesn't work, so
Yes.
they don't have internet connection and their TV isn't working.
Okay, so why don't we take a pause for a minute and try and.
Okay, yeah, I have several people texting me about this issue, so I need at least a couple minutes to text back to them what information they need. So let's take a 5-minute break.
Lauren. So I can put information on the website. However, if people don't have internet, they won't be able to access it on the website. But the call-in number is on the agenda.
And the TV is working south of Santa Monica Boulevard on the east side, but not on the north of Santa Monica Boulevard on the east side, east of Genesee, according to, gossip from my telephone.
Okay. So Yvonne, let's talk offline. We'll take a break.
Thank you.
Looks like we have 3 of 5 council members back, 4 of 5 council members back. And we'll wait to make sure we have our city manager, city attorney with us. So I did speak with, and during the break, I did speak with our city clerk, who has advised that because of how other alternative forms of calling into the meeting have been posted, we would be able to proceed. I have also received correspondence from people who have said they haven't heard any of the report, that their internet cut out before this item ever started. And so they didn't know where they were in the agenda. And so I just want to, before we proceed with the opportunity for public comment, want to check in with my colleagues to see, since this is a public hearing, to gather public testimony, whether we would like to proceed with this item, whether we would like to pause this item and defer it to a later meeting, or how we would like to proceed. Councilmember D'Amico.
Maybe we could do the rest of the night's business and then see if we have access in an hour and finish the item. Or I'm also good with keeping the public hearing open and starting again next in 2 weeks.
Okay. Councilmember Meister, do you have any feelings either way?
Yeah, I mean, if people haven't heard the staff report, I think that has to sort of happen again, or at least question, answer, something. I'm fine with either way. I'm picking this up after 4A or 4A, B, C, or continuing it through the next meeting.
We can try again at a later point in the meeting, but I'm as far as the public hearing, does that mean we leave the public hearing open?
Yes, I would leave it open.
Okay, so we'll,
Mayor,
yes.
I disagree with this approach. We have 20 people who are waiting to speak on this item. This is not the first time this has come before us. I think most of the speakers tonight already have read the staff report and they want to express their concerns. I know that there were technical difficulties, but we don't cancel our meeting simply because there are technical problems with people hearing everything. There are plenty of times where people don't get to hear the entire city council proceeding because they arrive at the auditorium late, there's a traffic jam. There were alternate ways for people to hear and alternate ways for people to join the meeting. So I'm in favor of just going forward, and at a minimum, if we want to continue, I would at least hear from the people who've been waiting patiently in a queue to be heard on this item.
Councilmember Duran.
Mayor, I wanted to express something similar to what my colleagues are saying, but with a little bit of more of a nuance. I think that the difference with this particular item is it is a public hearing. It's not old business. It's not new business. It's not consent calendar. What we're doing here is asking the public to comment on the adoption of an ordinance that has been highly controversial. So I think to the degree that we're able to get the public to participate to the greatest degree possible is really important if we're going to uphold the spirit and the law of the Brown Act. So I think that those people that are in the queue now, they've been waiting patiently. We've been going now for 2.5 hours that they've been waiting. I think we should hear from them. But as we've done in the past, when people testify tonight, that would preclude them from coming in a second time and saying the same thing over again. I think we've tried to keep the public hearing open. Maybe we table the rest of this hearing for 2 weeks, but ask if people comment tonight that they not come back and comment again a second time, because we are going to have to do a staff report all over again for those people that were not able to participate tonight. So I think we're going to have to handle this with a bit of creativity, that we hear from the people who are queued up, but
Thank
keep
you.
the public hearing open and then continue the item for 2 weeks.
Okay, so that's council majority that would like to at least hold off on the testimony at this time. I know that other items also require public comment, so I just want to check in to see if we have the same issues. It sounds like a council majority was comfortable with moving forward with other items on tonight's agenda for discussion. Do I have that correct? We're sort of in uncharted territory, and I want to make sure that we're all in agreement about where we are and how we're proceeding, because we don't have the option of people coming to an auditorium to see us in person. The only way they're able to do that is virtually. And I understand that several options were posted. I'm very clear about that. I also know that not everybody may have written down those options, not anticipating they wouldn't have access to internet. So I just want to make sure everybody is clear about our path forward. If we proceed and don't have the public hearing, then there are other items that we might not be able to discuss if that's the standard. So I see the city manager wants to jump in.
I see Councilmember D'Amico wants to jump in, but my suggestion would be, if we are going to continue this to the next meeting, the staff presentation was completed. I believe we got through the Q&A with the council. That will be readily available on Granicus. So anyone who missed the presentation will have time to review that 30-minute discussion. And then the council, I would suggest then that the council would open up the public hearing at that.
Okay. Would, given that there are people in the queue and it can be recorded, since people did wait patiently this evening, would you like to hear their testimony and then just continue the rest of the item to the next meeting?
I was going to agree with that, with John Heilman's suggestion. We hear testimony and then, 20 people speaking, that's an hour and a half. There might be internet by then. Who knows? But if not, I'm happy that we would just continue it to the next meeting. And we don't have to be in a hurry. If we vote on something, it's going to be in place for a long time. So 2 weeks from now or today.
Okay, so allowing for people who have called in to speak now and then continue checking in at that point to see if people are able to access the meeting. Is that where we're at? Okay, so we'll proceed with public testimony for now of the people who are in the queue, Madam City Clerk.
Okay, our first speaker, you're unmuted. You have 2 minutes to speak on item 3C.
I'm Mark Hughes. I strongly oppose portions of agenda item 3C that reinstitute prohibition of marijuana smoking or vaping for anyone who cannot afford to own a house in West Hollywood. Berkeley's smoking ban does have exemptions in their smoking ban for marijuana. We should do the same. A medical exemption leaves out the majority of patients who in fact are not registered for various good reasons, including the cost. So a medical exemption wouldn't be enough. Marijuana should be exempt from this the way they exempt it in Berkeley. This agenda item grants exclusive privilege to homeowners to smoke and vape marijuana while disenfranchising less financially well-off residents. This city is happy to license and collect taxes from businesses for marijuana. And I think it's a little bit hypocritical to want to take that money and want to take the sales tax that we pay and then not allow us to use it in our own homes. AIDS and cancer patients who suffer nausea, vomiting, and loss of appetite cannot use edibles or drink forms of marijuana. They need to smoke or vape marijuana. We all know anti-drug laws are enforced unequally. This ban endangers residents of color who are already statistically most likely to be singled out for complaints and penalties. A West Hollywood public official publicly said part of their reason for requesting this ban is that secondhand marijuana smoke makes it hard to stay sober. They said that publicly to citizens. They also falsely claimed that secondhand marijuana smoke is a toxic threat, which is utterly false. But I'm sympathetic to the concerns of people who have sobriety issues. But why not just require rental locations to have a percentage of non-smoking units? We can't take away everybody else's right based on some people who get sobriety issues or some people who have unsubstantiated fears about smelling marijuana in other people's private homes. Will you ban alcohol, toxic chemicals at nail salons, carcinogenic barbecues, car exhaust? People are sitting unmasked on the sidewalks eating at restaurants every day in this city. And we're going to say secondhand smell of marijuana?
Sir, your 2 minutes are up. Thank you so much. Your 2 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next caller, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 3C.
Who is that? Is this Ann Goldman? I didn't receive a notice.
Ann, you have 2 minutes. Hi,
Hello?
Ann.
Okay, you didn't announce my name. Please start my clock now if you're going to. Thank you. I'm just going to begin. There was a lot of misinformation in that last comment, so I want to correct a lot of it. Thanks to all the council members for meeting with some of us to candidly discuss item 3C these past few weeks, and Danny Rivas. Each of you demonstrated great representative government. Despite some of the comments you just heard and the ones before, this proposed law is not about the right to use marijuana or medicinal marijuana. That is fake news. And item 3C3 is about the right of people to live free from the dangers of secondhand smoke. Pot smoke is even worse than tobacco for those of us with respiratory conditions. The U.S. Surgeon General declared years ago there is no safe level of secondhand smoke. Research from UC Merced in April stated smoking and smoke exposure exacerbates the symptoms of COVID-19 for everyone. This pandemic makes it urgent for you to pass a law to protect everyone, not just a special class of smokers who damage their neighbor's health, and they do. I got migraines and ended up in the ER from the smoke from my neighbor's pot. Do I not have rights of protection as well? I'm an elder with respiratory conditions. Rights go both ways. I should not have to pay for someone else's freedom to smoke by endangering my own health. I and others with asthma, respiratory, heart, and health conditions have no relief from secondhand smoke. Smokers have other options. please roll out this item in 3 to 6 weeks. D-Day didn't even take this long till January 22nd. Also, please include buildings with current non-smokers and fines that have teeth. And there were no evictions in the other municipalities. We just need enforceable fines. Is that my button to stop?
You have 5 seconds. So yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that was timing. Also, do not limit damages on civil suits. Oh, I'm sorry. I've lost a lot of time here.
You had
Please,
time,
City Hall needs to, okay. City Hall collects fines immediately. People who can't pay them can do community service. Penalties should include loss of parking permits. Nobody's been evicted in Berkeley. There are other ways to do it, but secondhand smoke is not risk-free to anyone, and it cannot be contained in multi-unit housing, and it impacts everyone there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have a right to breathe too. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jason Beck. Jason, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello, good evening, Honorable City Council and Madam Mayor. Jason Beck, resident of Hollywood for over 16 years, and I am solely speaking as a resident of the city of West Hollywood, as well as a medical cannabis patient who suffers from cerebral palsy and a seizure disorder due to the fact of having cerebral palsy. I personally would be affected by this bill. I implore you guys to remove cannabis. I like the idea to fight the state on this issue and really get the state to move to making a clear distinction between cannabis and tobacco smoke. However, this ordinance should be killed dead flat. I can't even believe that it's even happening in West Hollywood, especially when you equate cannabis with the whole gay rights movement that happened in the 80s and 90s that affected West Hollywood so devastatingly. And cannabis was the only thing that really helped so many members in our community really have a quality of life. If this was to have been enacted then, they would have been out on the streets in a terrible predicament situations. The fact that the city is doing this is just so atrocious, in my opinion, that for being the leader in the gay rights movement and always fighting to keep government out of the bedroom, but yet now the city of West Hollywood is now trying to reinsert government in the living room, just makes zero sense to me. These buildings are managed by different companies. They could easily invoke their own ordinances on their own time with their own residents. There's no need for the city to get involved in this issue. And speaking as a patient, I'm going to tell you exactly what happens if something like this happens, because this has happened in my building. I live in the Park Wellington in West Hollywood, and the building has created a non-smoking ban, which has now forced me to go outside of my home and put a folding chair on the sidewalk so that way I can consume cannabis, because I have been discriminated against consuming my own medical cannabis in my own home privately on my own terms.
Thank you, sir. Your 2
So I
minutes are up.
implore you.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you all.
Our next speaker, you have 2 minutes to speak under item 3C.
Is that me?
Yes, can you state your name?
Hello?
Yes, can you state your name, city of residence, and you have 2 minutes to speak.
Okay, Mikey Friedman, 41-year member, resident of West Hollywood. Good evening, Mayor Horvath and City Council members. I really wish you could consider handling cigarettes and marijuana separately, and maybe you can research that in the next 2 weeks. I'm addressing cigarette smoke only. I have no problem with cannabis smoking. I'm not going to cite a lot of statistics. You can get that information, but listen, it says at the top of your agenda, smoking is not permitted in city council chambers. It's also not permitted in airplanes, restaurants, bars, and public buildings, all places where we spend finite amounts of time. While government is trying to protect us from breathing in secondhand smoke for short periods of time, apparently it's okay to be forced to breathe it in 24/7 in our homes. Ironic, because we're being told we should stay home to protect our health, from COVID, and yet at home, our health is being hurt by secondhand smoke. On the other hand, as Councilmember Duran said on Facebook, people should have the right to do whatever they want in the privacy of their own homes. Yeah, but not with cigarettes where they knowingly hurt their neighbors. And smokers are doing that. They know the dangers of it, but they don't care. They're like the anti-maskers. They refuse to give up their rights. Other people be damned. Ed Buck did whatever he wanted in his apartment until it was discovered that he was killing people, and then he had to be stopped. Well, people who smoke cigarettes are hurting and killing far more people than Ed Buck ever did, and I'm sorry. They may have the right to smoke, but they don't have the right to spread their poison to their neighbors. If you vote no on this, you are actually condoning people hurting other people. And is that what you really want to do? Come on. I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Friedman. Our next caller, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Last 4 digits of the phone number is 0991. You have 2 minutes to speak under.
Okay, I'm ready. Yes, this is Bruce Margolin. I'm ready. Yes.
Okay, you may begin.
I'm ready. Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak to your city council members, and thank you, Mr. Duran, for pointing out some very, very important issues. I want to caution the city council that I can see looming in the background here of class action lawsuit against the city. And even though notwithstanding Prop 64, if you put all these things together in one big package, you'll see that there's very violations of people's basic rights that have been created by Prop 64 in the first place. And I don't want to see the city council being weighted down with class action lawsuits. And of course, we have all kinds of other issues. What about people who live in duplexes that want to have their opportunity to have their separately, but they're still going to be imposed on with this ordinance. So I strongly recommend and hope that you will see the light that outlawing or destroying the rights of patients and others to use marijuana is a violation of their basic human rights, and that we've seen it's not going to work in the first place, and we'll just see more people doing something that's not legal. Now, we don't want that to be happen. That's what we started out this campaign 50 years ago, to stop that kind of laws that would deprive people of their right to make choices. Now, I understand the concerns about cigarettes. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't want to be near a cigarette. I get that. But there's no scientific basis to claim that cigarettes are going to affect people in a way that's going to hurt their health. And that's just not there. And I know our director from California Normal, Dale Geringer, points out the science here. And I think the science has to be considered when you consider this proposition. And the science is that marijuana secondhand soap does not affect the person. They can't even get high from it. They can't even enter their system being near around marijuana. So I just think you guys are way off base here. It'd be a terrible slap in the face to people that depend on the West Hollywood to lead the show. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm over with what?
Yes, that's your time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker, last 4 digits 7032. You have 2 minutes to speak under item 3C.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members and staff. Marco Colantonio, resident of West Hollywood and candidate for City Council. I'm here to speak in support of 3C, prohibiting smoking in common areas and new units within multifamily family dwellings. Please be clear, this item is not for existing units or existing tenants. The CDC states in bold letters, tobacco use is the leading cause of death in the United States, and further states that secondhand smoke causes an estimated of 41,000 deaths each year among adults. If the current pandemic has taught us anything, it's that taking important and necessary steps for public health saves lives. I manage 5 apartment buildings with hundreds of residents in West Hollywood, and by far the overwhelmingly biggest complaint has been, why can't you do something about my neighbors smoking in the courtyard or under my window? The answer is simply because the rent stabilization ordinance as written does not allow the landlord to do this. If rent stabilized buildings, the ordinance as it stands only allows the landlord to make certain apartments non-smoking once they are vacated, but no oversight for common areas or common areas. So if an existing tenant under rent stabilization ordinance You can smoke in a common area, courtyard, in front and under your neighbor's windows, and the landlord has no oversight. I support this item prohibiting smoking, vaping, etc. in common areas. Furthermore, suggest that you add to it prohibiting smoking within 20 feet of a residential building. Secondhand cigarette smoke kills your neighbors, plain and simple. So let landlords have some ability to regulate it, especially near windows and in common areas. This amendment does not affect the rights of existing tenants to smoke in their own apartments, but it does respect the rights to best health practices for your neighbors, senior citizens, and children. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, last four digits, 4596. You have 2 minutes to speak for item 3C.
Distinguished council members, Mayor Horvath, I am Dr. Shannon Kozlovich, and that's doctor as in scientist, not medical. I am a program manager with Equality California and staff for the Out Against Big Tobacco Coalition. I've also been a research scientist for nearly a decade. I'm here today to talk about the impact smoking has on the community, particularly on non-smokers. By now, we all recognize the inherent dangers that come along with smoking for the smoker themselves. We know that 1 in 5 men who smoke and 1 in 11 women who smoke will die of lung cancer. We know that many more will die of other smoking-related diseases. This is particularly clear when we look at the toll a high smoking rate has taken on the LGBT community. But today, we're talking about the non-smokers, because smoking inside one apartment impacts non-smokers in their most intimate environments, in their living rooms, in their bedrooms, inside their homes. Smoke and vapor from tobacco products do not remain only in the airspace of the tobacco user. Smoke travels through vents and windows and walls. And even when you can no longer smell it, the smoke has settled to leave deposits of nicotine and over 200 other toxic compounds, some of which are known to cause cancer. This is referred to as environmental or third-hand smoke exposure. The longer smoking is allowed indoors or in outdoor common areas, the more of these harmful chemicals build up, increasing exposure to nicotine and the compounds that lead to tobacco-related cancers. This includes exposing everyone from the kids who are crawling across the carpet to couples who are snuggling and watching TV on their couches. Research has shown that the best way to decrease environmental tobacco exposure inside of a non-smoker's living environment is to ensure that their entire living environment is smoke-free. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker, last four digits is 7084. You have 2 minutes to speak on item 3C.
Hi, my name is Ellen Komp. I'm Deputy Director of California NORML. We're a statewide advocacy group for cannabis consumers. I'm asking you to please remove cannabis in people's apartments from this ordinance, despite the state law issue. It seems to come down to enforcement. When I imagine people being fined by police for doing something that's legal under state law and possibly a medical necessity that they're doing in their own home, when there's no other place they can smoke legally, I don't think of a beautiful, inclusive place like West Hollywood. Our members are very confused and understandably upset when their rights can be encroached upon by local governments, especially in the case where the right to use cannabis by medical patients and adults was won after decades of hard work and approved by the voters of California and of West Hollywood. Something can be theoretically legal, yet if there is no location where people can exercise their rights, it's not truly legal in a practical sense. To have cannabis users' rights taken away in an ordinance aimed at secondhand smoke from tobacco is especially troubling, especially in a liberal city like West Hollywood that was an early and steady supporter of its residents' rights to use medical marijuana. So I ask you to reconsider this and remove cannabis from, someone's apartment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, last digits 4306. You have 2 minutes to speak on item 3C.
Hello, good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity for speaking today. My name is Armin Peronian. I'm a board member representing the United Cannabis Business Association. We represent cannabis operators and the patients and customers we serve throughout the state of California. We oppose the proposed ban on smoking in common areas and multifamily dwellings. West Hollywood has had a rich history with protecting the consumption of cannabis, and most recently pioneering consumption lounges. It makes no sense for patients and consumers to be able to legally purchase something in your city for which the city profits from, and in turn, not allow your residents the opportunity to consume what they purchased. We urge the city not to forbid the consumption of cannabis and to continue to be the brave leaders championing what is just right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rob Bergstein. Rob, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 3C.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Rob Bergstein, and I'm a 20-year resident, property owner, and landlord. From a landlord's perspective, the draft is fairly vague as to enforcement. There's a list of fines, but no mention of how they would be enforced by the city. I fear that if this ordinance passes with no real enforcement aside from the aggrieved party having to go to court to enforce the city's ordinance, it will be the first city's ordinance passed without enforcement and will set a bad precedent for any future ordinances. So we are looking for clarity on enforcement. There's mention of a number of forms, new leases, notices, and so forth. I would ask that the city, perhaps working with AGLA, provide template forms with inclusive standard language so that every landlord and every tenant will be getting the same information. I want to reiterate what Danny has said, that in the rent-stabilized communities of Berkeley, Santa Monica, and Beverly Hills, no one has been evicted for non-compliance with this ordinance. The reality is that those smoking tenants who wish to stay in their rent-stabilized homes modify their smoking and remain in their own homes. I do want to comment on a previous year about sobriety. I'm 32 years clean and sober, and if I lived in an apartment and had to breathe my neighbor's marijuana smoke, it would be a threat to my sobriety, and I would have to move out of my apartment. That's just not fair. I think it is a reasonable expectation to be able to live in your apartment without being exposed to toxic, cancer-causing secondhand smoke, and it is a reasonable expectation for the city of West Hollywood to protect their residents from exposure to toxic, cancer-causing agents in their homes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rob. Our next speaker is Yola Dore. Ms. Dore, you have
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, you have 2 minutes to speak. Hi,
Hello?
you may begin now. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Okay. Hi, Council. Yola Dore here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we
Okay. First of all, I'd like to say some words of a dying man, very famous man. I can't breathe. I cannot breathe. A phrase way too familiar now, but for different reasons. Even though no one has their knee on my neck or on my chest, I sometimes feel that they do, because just getting fresh air to breathe can be difficult when smoke and other toxic chemicals get in my airways. I live with COPD and emphysema, and I'm a cancer survivor. Smoke literally takes away my oxygen. And during times like this, when folks have been ordered to stay at home, the situation gets worse. My new challenge is, how do we keep oxygen levels okay? How does anyone with my type disorder keep these oxygen levels okay without having to go to the ER? My statement to you, we're all in this together, trying to stay safe and stay WUHO strong. However, how can we if we can't breathe? Thank you.
Thank you, Yola. Our next speaker is Sarah Armstrong. Sarah, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 3C.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sarah Armstrong, Director of Industry Affairs for Americans for Safe Access. Founded in 2002, we are the nation's oldest, largest national advocacy organization for medical cannabis patients. We are deeply grateful to the City of West Hollywood for its pioneering efforts to make sure that the sick and dying have safe access. And I hope tonight that the council will instruct staff to come back with a way to reconcile the needs of those who are allergic to smoke or made very ill by it with the needs of medical cannabis patients who often cannot leave their homes to medicate. So unlike Jason, they would not be able to go out into the open air. I believe that modern technology and other factors, such as a working group of experts who could advise you, might be helpful. But I am begging you, please don't pass this ordinance as long as it inhibits the ability of people who are very ill to have safe access to medical cannabis. It is simply not in line with the honorable traditions of West Hollywood. And I believe that the city has, during its history, solved problems far more difficult than this. I hope that no one is ever made ill by the smell of smoke, but at the same time, I know that many medical cannabis patients must smoke or vape. They simply cannot use edibles. John Duran has written on this issue very memorably, and I hope that those of you who have not had a chance to read what he has to say on this issue will find the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dale. Dale, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 3C.
Thank you. Dale Geringer, Director of California Normal and one of the sponsors of Proposition 215, the California Compassionate Use Act for medical marijuana. Just urge you to take marijuana out of this bill. Marijuana is not tobacco. I know there's been a lot of propaganda out there from Tobacco Free California, which is sponsored by the cigarette tax, regarding dangers like cancer from secondhand smoke. And it is certainly true for tobacco smoke that secondhand tobacco smoke is a proven hazard. This is totally untrue of marijuana smoke. The Tobacco-Free California people don't know much about marijuana. If you check their scientific citations, you'll find that nothing they can cite shows any human harm from marijuana smoke secondhand. I can also say that the National Academy of Sciences just did a definitive review of all of the hazards and benefits of marijuana and determined that marijuana smoke, even in heavy chronic use, does not cause cancer in users. It doesn't cause cancer in users. It's not going to cause cancer in secondhand exposure, and much less in the next room over. And this is even more true of vaporization, which again, the Tobacco-Free California people have not been able to study. We have sponsored studies that show that vaporization eliminates 99.9% of any toxins that at least exist in marijuana smoke. The Berkeley ordinance has been referred to before. The Berkeley ordinance has a specific exemption for medical marijuana. It was actually passed at a time when adult use was not legal yet. So all I could do was exempt medical. And so I will just leave it at that, but please take cannabis out of the ordinance, but protect the other people from secondhand smoke.
Thank you so much. So our next speaker is Claude Moradian. Claude, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 3C.
Thank you, Yvonne. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Horvath and council members. My name is Claude Moradian with the LA County Department of Public Health, Tobacco Control and Prevention Program. I'm going to talk about electronic smoking devices, or ESDs. ESDs are not approved nor regulated by the FDA, and the nicotine solution in some devices are sold in a variety of unregulated strengths. The use of ESDs in smoke-free locations threatens to undermine compliance where smoking regulations already exist and reverses the progress that has been made in establishing a social norm that smoking is not permitted in public spaces. ESD aerosols are not harmless water vapor. Rather, the higher concentrations of ultrafine particles can trigger asthma, irritate the eyes, nose, throat, and the respiratory tract, and have been found to contain at least 10 chemicals on California Proposition 65 list of carcinogens and toxins known to cause cancer, birth defects, and other reproductive harm. Current research has found that when someone uses an ESD, chemicals can transfer from one unit to another in the form of an aerosol and create a risk of third-hand exposure for non-users. The World Health Organization recommends that ESDs should not be used indoors to minimize the risk to other people from breathing in the aerosols emitted. In California, over 144 jurisdictions, including 16 cities in LA County, have adopted an ordinance that prohibits smoking in multi-unit housing, most of which prohibit the use of ESDs and smoking in 100% of buildings and complexes, including unenclosed outdoor spaces. The Board of Supervisors Los Angeles County Legislative Agenda has a policy statement in support of proposals that reduce exposure to secondhand smoke from tobacco and cannabis, including the use of ESDs, in all areas of multi-unit housing, such as indoor and outdoor common areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeffrey Elsner. Jeffrey, you have 2 minutes to speak on 3C. And turn off your other device, please.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Jeffrey Elsner, a resident of West Hollywood. I have anxiety and use medical cannabis to treat this issue. I believe people should have the right to do what they want and need in their personal space. I oppose 3C, or I suggest either removing the cannabis language out of this ordinance or voting it down. I agree that tobacco smoke is an issue and that should be handled as a separate matter. People that are dependent on cannabis will be without their necessary medicine if this is passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, and we have about 7 more speakers, is Jackie Subek. Jackie, you have 2 minutes to speak for item 3C.
Okay, great. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, great, thank you. Good evening. My name is Jackie Subek. I am a 25+ year resident. I'm an owner of one of the cannabis consumption lounges and a regular cannabis consumer. Understanding, listening to everybody tonight, that you're having trouble bifurcating cannabis from tobacco, perhaps the easiest way to solve this is to drop this item from the agenda and direct staff to come up with a better plan that addresses the real issue, which is tobacco use, and leaves cannabis out of the equation. Maybe put out an RFP for like affordable air filtration systems that could be installed into vulnerable folks' homes. It might take a little getting creative, but I think it's doable. Tonight, I find myself in a very unique position. I just spent the better part of 2 years fighting the city for the right to allow smoking in my licensed cannabis lounge. And now, on the other hand, I find myself having to fight for the right to be allowed to smoke it in the privacy of my own home. I mean, seriously, what's going on? We've all heard tonight how public consumption of cannabis is illegal in the state, and the only place it's completely legal is in the privacy of your own home. But we all know as well that nearly 79% of WeHo residents are renters. So that means that only the 21% who own their own homes are safe to light up a joint in their own living room without risk of penalty. You created a process to develop a commercial cannabis marketplace, and with that comes the use of cannabis in all forms. And don't forget that more than 83% of WeHo residents voted yes for Prop 64 to legalize cannabis in the state. And then we've got medical patients who probably won't be able to visit one of the lounges. And what about our seniors? More than 17% of our residents are over the age of 65, and so many are regular cannabis users. And then we've got the war on drugs, which disenfranchise our Black and brown communities and destroy their lives forever. I've got 2 words for you: harm reduction. Look where we're finally moving into a place where we're starting to get policing back on track in this country. Adding any sort of prohibition on cannabis only serves to perpetuate the war on drugs and turns cannabis users right back into second-class citizens. Is that the message that this city wants the world to know about us? I don't think so. It's never a good idea to write policy around some angry people who just want to get their way and they don't like it. Please vote no on this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dominga Pardo. Dominga, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 3C.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Horvath and council members. My name is Dominga Pardo and I'm with the Robert F. Kennedy Institute. Our organization works to educate tenants and landlords about the dangers of the secondhand smoke in multi-unit housing. I am calling today to talk about electronic smoking devices and cannabis smoke. There is a common misconception that cannabis smoke, including that from electronic smoking devices, does not have any harming health effects. All secondhand smoke is harmful, including aerosols emitted from electronic second smoking devices and cannabis smoke. In fact, cannabis smoke contains many of the same chemicals found in tobacco smoke, such as ammonia and hydrogen cyanide, as well as many other carcinogens. Cannabis smoke contains twice as much tar and ammonia and 8 times as much hydrogen cyanide as tobacco smoke, impairs vessel function, and remains in the bloodstream up to 3 hours due to secondhand exposure. In 2015, the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers expanded their definition of environmental tobacco smoke to include cannabis smoke and ESD aerosols. They concluded that ventilation systems cannot eliminate smoke from tobacco, cannabis, or electronic smoking devices aerosols. Currently, the California Healthy and Safety Code pertaining to marijuana uses prohibits smoking marijuana in all areas where tobacco is prohibited. We know that the city of West Hollywood strives to support the sober and recovery community, and by allowing sober residents to be exposed to cannabis smoke in their homes, this might be a threat to their sobriety. We hope that the City Council considers a comprehensive policy solution to this issue, one which includes device cannabis smoke and bans of MUH, and includes an updated definition of smoke and smoking to include heated products such as cigarettes. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael King. Mr. King, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 3C.
Thank you, Yvonne. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I'd like to tell you a little of my own personal story. I have chronic breathing conditions. I had them as a child, I had them as a teen, I had them as a college student, and I have them today. I need to use anywhere between 3 and 6 different medications every day to breathe in a manner approximating that of a healthy person. In my home, I have bedding enclosed in allergy encasements. I have HEPA filters in the rooms. I use a vacuum with a HEPA filter to clean. I even have a HEPA filter in my automobile's ventilation system. My neighbors periodically smoke. Some smoke tobacco, others smoke cannabis. The secondhand smoke enters my home via the crevices and voids in the building. Smoke, whether first or secondhand, makes it difficult for people with lung issues such as mine to breathe normally, even with multiple strong medications. My home is the only place I can go and control the environment, the temperature, the noise, the particulates in the air. It is where I sleep. And if I can't sleep without having to breathe a damaging chemical, then council is chasing residents from our homes. In closing, I hope you'll protect those of us with health issues in the same way you protect children from tobacco and all residents from noxious industrial chemicals. Please don't sell us out for a few tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liza Goldberg. Liza, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 3C.
Thank you. Thank you for your service and time, City Council members. My name is Liza Goldberg. I'm a 7-year city resident of West Hollywood. I'm a renter and a medical marijuana user. I am in opposition of 3C. Please remove cannabis from the discussion of secondhand tobacco smoke. These concerns are valid, but there are many other ways to overcome this issue without excluding marijuana. I am a renter and unfortunately cannot pay the rent or cannot pay for a home in West Hollywood. And this proposition, including cannabis with this tobacco issue, is really hurting renters of the city. Please do not group cannabis and tobacco together And I please consider opposing 3C. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lydia Guerra. Lydia, you have 2 minutes to speak for item 3C.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Horvath and council members. My name is Lydia Guerra, and I'm a member of this community and the Coalition for Smoke-Free Living in West Hollywood. Though I work for the Department of Public Health for LA County, I am not here today speaking on behalf of the county. I'm here today to talk about smoke-free multi-unit housing enforcement. Most cities with multi-unit housing policies educate landlords and property managers on how to interpret changes to their city code pertaining to smoking and what it means for their tenants. Some examples include posting clear and unambiguous no smoking signs in sufficient numbers and locations, not permitting the presence of ashtrays or other receptacles primarily used for the disposal of smoking waste within enclosed common areas, and providing written notices to all residents and landlords regarding the smoking restrictions. They also require landlords and property managers to include provisions in any new tenancy lease that smoking is prohibited in those units and enclosed common areas, and declare that a breach of the multi-unit housing ordinance is a breach of the rental agreement. For example, several months after the city of Beverly Hills enacted their smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance, they prohibited smoking in all common areas, enclosed or unenclosed, and in all rental units governed by a new lease or renewed lease, including any renewed month-to-month lease. The following year, they prohibited smoking in all units. This included both rental units and owner-occupied units. The city also designates a tobacco ambassador to educate residents about their smoke-free laws and works with code compliance to enforce those laws. This has been shown to be successful. An alternative to a tobacco ambassador could be designating a phone line and email address for residents to initiate concerns. I hope that the city considers a comprehensive smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance to help further address the inequities related to secondhand smoke exposure in multi-unit housing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Dan Mreiglot. Dan, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 3C.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and distinguished council members. Thank you so much for hearing me. I am here to speak against secondhand smoke. Okay, first of all, let me say this, is that I smoked for 30 years and I've quit for 9. I was wrong to smoke. It is not good for you or anyone else. It is not good for your pets. No one's mentioned that. It makes animals sick. And when you talk about making cannabis a medical solution for cannabis, well, you know what? Your medicine makes me sick. I have congestive heart failure. I have type 2 diabetes. I had to move from my last apartment because my neighbor sat on his balcony smoking from 8 a.m. till midnight. You know what his response to my complaint was? Boo-hoo, go inside, close your windows. Smoking does no one good. It's killed 2.4 million. Secondhand smoke has killed 2.4 million people since 1964. And you know what you talk to me about? Tax money. You're putting tax money above people's health. That's just absolutely shameful. That's like in the pandemic, opening up for the economy when people are dying. You need to restrict smoking and secondhand smoking as proposed. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, that was our last speaker.
Okay, do we have any questions of staff, and do we want to proceed with deliberation, or do we want to hold off given the technical issues?
Mayor, I thought we had agreed that we would hold off and allow people who didn't hear the staff report to listen to it, and that we would keep the public hearing open and continue it to a later date. I don't know what the schedule is for our next meeting. I don't want us to have a meeting that's overwhelmed, but maybe the city manager could give us some advice as to what the agenda looks like for the next meeting and when we could continue this to.
I'm getting that information right now. Give me a couple minutes.
While we're waiting, maybe the city attorney could answer my question about cannabis smoking where cigarettes are smoked, and what we did in the 90s when we told people they could smoke cannabis even though the state said it was illegal.
Well, I think what may have changed from now is that we had the adoption of Prop 64 and further state regulations that really provide an all-encompassing, comprehensive regulatory scheme for regulating cannabis in California. And so, I mean, the way that I read both of these statutes, the language is almost identical for both medical and adult use, is that the protections provided to people allowing them to smoke cannabis for medical or adult use are provided under state law. And state law says that people can't smoke cannabis or cannabis products in a location where smoking tobacco is prohibited. Now, when that was written, did people envision it inside someone's private home? Maybe not, but that might just be an unintended consequence of the language, because there aren't exceptions written into it. It appears to tie the two together. And I think given the complex nature of cannabis law and its interplay with federal law and how delicate that whole regulatory scheme is, I think the language is pretty clear that people aren't authorized to smoke where smoking tobacco is prohibited.
And if we didn't agree with that and told people that, or wrote an ordinance that didn't prohibit the smoking of cannabis inside people's homes, but did prohibit the smoking of tobacco, what would that mean, and to whom? I mean, someone would have to sue us to overturn that, right?
Yes, someone would have to sue us to challenge the ordinance, and it would essentially mean that the people doing the smoking are not doing it with the protections of state law.
Mayor, may I also take advantage of this time to ask a question?
Thank you.
Well, let me see. Paul, do you have an answer yet on timing, or do?
Yeah, the next one's kind of a doozy too. We have flavored tobacco, so it's going to be it'll be another long meeting. My suggestion, looking at the look ahead agenda, is that we would continue this to the meeting in September, which is September 21st.
Okay. So recognizing that we've had deliberation or we've had some opportunity for questions, this issue of the separation of tobacco from cannabis smoke at the state level, we'll have opportunity to, perhaps have more input on that issue, given that we're postponing the discussion until September. And anyone, the city clerk has confirmed that she has a record of who spoke tonight. So while we will keep the public hearing open, anyone who did already testify will not be testifying again. It will be, public comment will be open. And those who have not yet had the opportunity to speak or hear the initial staff report will then be able to speak at that meeting, and then we'll have council deliberation. Does anyone have any questions before we move on about
I think John had a
process?
question, and I have one more question also.
Mayor, since it sounds like we're tabling this to September the 21st, I'd like the staff and city attorney to answer a specific question. Can we bifurcate cannabis from this ordinance, or are we preempted by state law? Because I think that's a critical issue that has to be answered for all the sides that testified tonight. So we have a month to do it, and I think that specific question needs to be analyzed for us.
Thank you.
Councilmember D'Amico. It's worthy of some research before you make it on the 17th.
Councilmember D'Amico.
And I guess I would say, if the answer to that is no, can you also further tell us what would happen if we moved ahead anyway? And really what I wanted to ask was, since the public hearing is still open, that precludes us from writing anything about this on social media, talking about it, taking public input. Isn't that correct?
Yes, it does create slight complications for keeping it open for such a long period. I would also say one other thing about limiting the public comment next time around is just if there's new information or new proposals from staff, the public may want to have an opportunity to speak on the new information that's in a revised staff report. So I just want to throw that out there, that it may be we may need to have more opportunity for public comment at the September meeting.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. Paul?
Another option is we can adjust the next calendar and postpone one of those public hearings if the timing is going to be an issue, especially keeping the hearing open for 6 weeks may be problematic. It may behoove all of us just to move forward and do this on the 17th, and then if need be, we could continue one of the other public hearings to the September date without even opening it.
I would like to do that.
Okay, then that would be sooner and address that issue. All right, so we will continue. We'll leave the public hearing open and continue it to the second meeting in August. Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Mayor. I need some clarification on the fact that we're keeping the public hearing open. Traditionally, that means I cannot accept communications from proponents or opponents outside of the public hearing, correct? So, or can I listen to normal, or can I listen to disability groups and then have to disclose that when we gather again on August 17th?
Well, this is a legislative item, so it's a little bit different than when we have, when you're sitting in your quasi judicial role for a permit. We're not as concerned about the ex parte communications. I think the point of leaving the hearing open here was to limit further public comment. So I think that you can have discussions. You may want to report back if you learn new information when we reconvene here in 2 weeks, because it will influence your decision and be helpful to everybody. But you're not prohibited from speaking to anybody during this intervening time.
Thank you.
And I suggest that if people have comments that they want to make to the council, that they make them in writing to the entire council and distribute to us so that we all get the benefit of the information they're sharing.
Thank you very much. So now we will table this item. We'll continue this item to August, our second meeting in August, which I believe is the 17th. And we will move on to agenda item 4A, which is regarding it's a continuation of the discussion that began in closed session, an urgency ordinance, regular ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood, making changes to the city's cannabis licensing and business tax ordinances, including creating a new legacy cannabis business license with certain operating restrictions, creating a tax rebate for certain cannabis businesses, making changes to regulations related to cannabis consumption lounge licenses, and other changes. And as was referenced earlier in the meeting, depending on how this discussion goes, may impact our discussion of the next two items, but let's hear this item first. I'll turn it over to our staff. Thank you.
So good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is John Leonard, and I will give a brief overview of what item 4A does. So item 4A has two ordinances in it. One is an urgency ordinance and one is a regular ordinance. Both of the ordinances are exactly the same, except the urgency ordinance would go into place upon approval tonight if you choose to do that. And the regular ordinance would be brought back for a second reading and then would go into place 30 days after that second reading. We are doing that because it's good practice to bring forward a regular ordinance that then supersedes the urgency ordinance. So at the beginning of this year, the proponents of a cannabis measure collected signatures that were enough to place that on the ballot. That cannabis measure made significant changes to the city's ordinance. And then there was a second cannabis initiative brought forward by the proponents of that one. They were unable to collect signatures, and that ballot measure would have largely reaffirmed the city's ordinance. At the same time, there is pending litigation against the city from one of the existing medical dispensaries. So with all three of those items in mind, the City Council in early June directed staff to hold discussions between all of the interested stakeholders and parties of the two ballot measures and the litigation to try to see if a compromise could be reached that would settle the need for both of the ballot measures as well as the litigation. So since early June, we as staff have been holding discussions with representatives of those stakeholders. We've discussed approximately 50 different items that were either included in the ballot measures or came up as reasonable solutions to try to settle them out. So the 4 key areas that were included were providing a legacy medical business license for the existing medical dispensaries in the city. So this is included within the settlement agreement and this ordinance. It would allow the existing medical dispensaries to remain in place in the city and sell adult use cannabis, but their new licenses would have certain restrictions on them, such as not being able to move location, not being able to expand in size, reduced operating hours, and then also providing money into a marketing fee that would help market all of the cannabis businesses in the city. The next key area were changes to the consumption lounge regulations. These focus mostly on the edible consumption lounge category within the city. And the changes that are proposed in the ordinance include allowing the edible only consumption lounges to have a smoking area and smoking products within them, and then also allowing a greater number of takeaway items from all lounges. Third key area was providing a tax rebate to the new adult use businesses and to their consumption lounges. This was done with the rationale that these businesses entered into a process with the understanding that there would only be 8 adult use businesses. And now that the city is expanding the number of adult use businesses to include the existing medical dispensaries and allowing them to have the right to continue to sell adult use, that the winning 8 face increased competition. So reducing the city's tax rate helps to offset that competition. At the same time, allowing the existing 4 medical dispensaries to remain in place provides additional tax revenue to the city. And we find the tax rebate proposal to be revenue neutral and likely revenue positive by allowing the existing 4 dispensaries to remain in place, even though a tax rebate is being provided to the new businesses. Lastly, there were ownership changes made. We are allowing greater flexibility in ownership changes and sooner than they would be allowed otherwise. This was discussed by the City Council back in December, and Council directed us to go to the Business License Commission to seek ways to provide greater flexibility to applicants. We weren't able to do that because of COVID-19 and the lack of public meetings starting in early March. But there was a desire to provide greater ownership flexibility with the understanding that these businesses have had a difficult time raising capital as things have shifted over the last several years. So as I said, an agreement has been reached on all of these items with all of the parties. That would mean that both of the ballot measures no longer need to move forward and the pending litigation would be dropped. So the adoption of both of these ordinances tonight would allow us to move forward with the settlement. So we are supportive of this because it brings a resolution to all of these items. It brings certainty to all parties. And it also will encourage some of the new businesses to open and will provide additional tax revenue to the city. After council discussion, Lauren Langer and I would like to read in 2 changes to the proposed ordinances if council is accepting of those. One is to add back in language that we had taken out. And then the other would be to add some language to a clause about if a party has not agreed to the settlement, they do not get to benefit from the items within the settlement. At this point, all of the stakeholders have agreed to this except one member of the new adult use businesses. And so those 2 items that we read in would impact them.
Okay. So
thank you, and available for questions.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public commenters on this
Yes,
item?
we have 2 individuals who would like to speak.
Can we hear those comments before we get into questions, Council? Are we comfortable with that? Okay, very good. We'll take those 2 comments first. Go ahead, Yvonne.
Our first speaker is Jackie Subek. Jackie, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 4A.
Great, thank you. Good evening again, Mayor and council members. I don't want to take up a lot of time. I just wanted to say that it's been a long journey. Many of us actually have been on together for quite a long time. But tonight, I think we're finally here. They always say that the best negotiations are ones where everyone wins something and goes away happy, or at least mostly happy. I believe our settlement terms reflect this sentiment, and that with these regulations in place, our objective of having a viable business pathway will have been achieved. I am in support of this item and ask that you vote in favor of item 4A. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott Schmidt. Scott, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 4A.
Hi, good evening. Scott Schmidt, resident of West Hollywood, calling on behalf of the Adult Use Retailers Association of West Hollywood. I first want to give thanks and props to Lauren Langer and John Leonard for all of their hard work over the past month and 2 months, and especially over the weekend. This was truly a Herculean task to bring everyone to the table and try and find something that could satisfy the interests of all of the disparate parties involved. And you know, they did their best, and you know, a majority of our members are supportive of the settlement agreement and encourage your support as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn to my colleagues for Councilmember Meister.
Thank you. John, can you explain to us, John Leonard, just so the public understands the difference between the legacy permit and adult use permit? You're on mute.
Yes, thank you. So the legacy medical permit is going to be located within the medical license category. So it's going to require those existing medical businesses to retain their medical license and continue to sell medical cannabis. It's also going to allow them a special license within that medical category to be able to sell adult use cannabis. But as I mentioned, there's also going to be a number of restrictions put in place for those legacy medical businesses that are not in place for the new adult use cannabis businesses. Some of the more significant ones is that essentially does not allow them to change their operations. So being a legacy medical business is just that. They get to continue to operate as they have been. So they can't move their location, they can't expand, they can't enter into new management agreements, and they have limited ability to change ownership moving forward. And they also have other restrictions, as I mentioned, reduced operating hours, and that they will be paying a fee into a marketing fund to benefit everybody else. So it's essentially allowing those businesses to continue to operate in the way that they have been operating, which is at a reduced level than the new businesses.
And just one more question. One of the things that was very important to us when we were coming up with the cannabis requirements or conditions was design. And so what are the expectations going to be now of the legacy businesses in terms of design?
So thank you for that question, because that's actually a good follow-up to what I mentioned and didn't mention in my answer, was that all of the legacy businesses will be required to come up to the design and operational and security standards that they proposed in their screening applications. So if they proposed enhanced design, they're going to have to improve their design to come in compliance with that. And they're also going to have to meet all the security and business standards that they put forward.
Thank you.
Councilmember Duran.
Mayor, I'll move the item as presented.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it with the additional language that was read earlier. And there are 2 items before us.
Lauren, I'll get to you in just a second. I just want to make sure the maker of the motion is okay with that.
Yes.
Okay, great. So now we have a motion
we
and
need
a
to deal
second.
with the urgency first, and then...
Understood. Thank you. Lauren Langer.
Okay, so just to clarify, we'll still need to read that language into the record.
Yes.
Point to where the changes are. John, do you have it in front of you?
I can point, yes. So I can point to where the changes are within a document that's been publicly posted. And then we'll need to read in any changes to Section 4 of both the urgency ordinance and the regular ordinance, and Section 4 amends Section 18 of the prior ordinance. So the first change that we would like to make is there was a supplemental memo provided to council and is posted on our website under agenda item 4A. It's supplemental memo number 2 that was posted today, August 3rd, 2020. Attachment 2A within the supplemental memo is a track changes of the urgency ordinance. And starting on page 18 of that attachment, the language we're adding starts on page 18 of that attachment and continues on to page 19. We are adding the language that was the strike through in that section 5.70.060E that is titled Merger or Consolidation with Publicly Traded Companies. That language and that track changes was struck from the ordinance, and we would like to add it back in to both the urgency ordinance and the regular ordinance. It's in the same place in both.
And just to be clear, that exact language was posted on the city's website for the public to read last Friday. So it's been up for quite a few days.
And it was simply a strike through today in the second version, and we are now adding it back in.
So is everyone clear on that first part before we move on to the second part? I see people looking at their agendas, finding the item. Can verbal or visual confirmation that we're clear, please? Okay, thank you. Seems like we're clear on that item. Now the second item.
Lauren, do you want me to direct this? So this is section 4 of both the urgency ordinance and the regular ordinance. I believe we want to change some of the language in one of the last sentences. And then there was also at the end of that section, an item that says business name, and it is left blank. And the business name we would like to add in there is Essence WeHo, LLC.
Is everybody clear about that language? I have a question. I have a question about that language.
I think Lauren Langer would want to add a sentence at the end of that as well.
Yes, because the language says the following business has chosen not to opt into the August 3rd, 2020 settlement and therefore shall continue to operate under the terms of the city's cannabis regulations in effect prior to April 3rd, 2020. The business is also not eligible for the cannabis tax rebate under 3.36. And we could add language that says the business may choose to opt in by agreeing to the terms of the settlement.
Okay, is everybody comfortable with that? So they have the ability to opt in at a later date if they agree to these terms of the settlement. Oh, I don't hear any objections or see any objections, so I'm going to assume that's a yes. I know it's been a long night, but I just want to make sure I'm reading the room correctly. Very good. So we have the language. We've made clarifications on the two changes in the language. And we have a motion and a second on this item. Is there any further discussion of what the item? Yes, Councilmember D'Amico.
So I just want to say I don't support the item. I support the staff's exceptional commitment and hard work to making this happen. And I would support this item in its entirety if we weren't giving $1.75 million back to cannabis businesses of taxpayer dollars. And we have a remedy. The remedy is that the voters could decide. It wouldn't cost us anything. We would end up pretty much in the same place with a number of businesses doing business differently than the ordinance that we originally wrote. I understand and have thought long and hard about, why our city attorney and John Leonard and all of us have been struggling with this, talking about cannabis every 2 weeks for the last several months and for years before that. But it comes down to, we're giving $250,000 to businesses that haven't opened for letting 4 businesses remain open when we never said we would close them or even have the discussion about closing them until those 7 businesses opened. So I get it. It's complicated, and we're moving on, but it just seems like between this and the AKA settlement, we've spent now $2.75 million of taxpayer money to to settle lawsuits that would have resolved themselves if we had just let the businesses take care of the business of doing business. And I think I'm concerned that that's becoming a habit of ours. And so I can't support this. I do support our cannabis businesses. I hope all 7 of them, now 8 plus 3, will succeed. And I guess over time, maybe that $1.75 million won't matter so much to our bottom line. But with a $20 million deficit looming, I can't believe that we're planning to give money away.
To clarify, I just want to make sure I understand. Councilmember D'Amico said that the tax dollars would go back to the businesses. Would those tax dollars still be collected from people who purchase items and go to the businesses themselves, or would those tax dollars just not be collected? How would that work?
Yeah. So the way that our city tax works, it's unlike a sales tax. It's not actually charged to the customer. It is a business tax that the business has to pay based on the gross receipts. It's likely that businesses raise the price of their goods to cover that tax, but it's not collected directly from the consumer. It's a tax that the business has to pay. The way that the tax rebate will work is that the business will simply be paying a reduced tax rate to us moving forward. There's also a number of caveats put in place that will eventually reduce that amount. If any of the legacy businesses go out of business, the tax rebate will reduce. And there are certain thresholds that go into place after 3 years that make sure that the city is revenue neutral and essentially revenue positive, in terms of we won't be giving more of a tax rebate back to these businesses than what we're collecting from the legacy businesses. And we've actually set that at a lower rate. So we will still be collecting revenue positive on this.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other questions? Okay, we do have 2 ordinances that need to be adopted. Do we want to take them on separate votes, or can we take them all as one motion?
I try to make it one motion with the language included, if that's okay.
I just want to make sure that we're good with doing it that way. So both ordinances, both recommendations 1 and 2, with the language as indicated is our motion. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember D'Amico?
No.
Councilmember Duran?
Aye.
Councilmember Meister?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Heilman?
Aye.
Mayor Horvath?
Aye.
Both ordinances, the urgency ordinance passes and the other ordinance is introduced on first reading.
Thank you very much. With regard to items, well, I think at this time we need to, we wanted to take items out of order just to make time before we address the next 2 items. Is that right, Lauren Langer? I'm looking
Would
at
it be
you.
possible to take just a 5-minute recess so we can wrap up some items and provide you direction on item 4B and 4C?
Oh, okay, very good. We can do that. We'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Harley, you gotta stop peeing everywhere, sweetie.
Just waiting on our city attorney.
Okay, we've received the correspondence that we need. I apologize for the delay there. I know this is a little clunky.
Okay.
Okay.
So we have the correspondence that you were expecting. So with regard to items 4B and 4C, can we entertain motions to table indefinitely? Is that
We've received a formal letter to withdraw the cannabis initiative under item 4C from the three.
Okay. Okay, so we can table those items indefinitely then,
Correct.
or do we need to take a different action?
No, tabling
Okay.
definitely would be appropriate. There's a motion.
Okay, so is there a motion to do so for both of those items? And there's a motion and a second, it appears. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember D'Amico?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran?
Yes.
Councilmember Meister?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Howman?
Yes.
Mayor Horvath?
Yes.
Motion to table 4B and 4C indefinitely passes. Thank you.
Okay. So item 4D was added to consent. And so now we will turn to item 4E, resolution of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood ratifying emergency measures to prevent the spread of COVID-19 related to closure of city parks. I think we're familiar with the executive order. I know that Councilmember D'Amico had some questions before we get to that. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
We do not have any speakers.
Okay, so Councilmember D'Amico, I'll turn it to you.
Sure. So I just wanted to appeal to my colleagues and to the city manager and city attorney to act as a body to get our parks open with much more access than was considered before I called this afternoon, and then as described this evening. I continue to think about the fact that if you're in West Hollywood Park, you're supposed to wear a mask, but if you sit down with your friends, apparently our city doesn't want you to sit, on a blanket with your friends without a mask on, but 100 yards north of that, you can go to Rocco's with 4 people who don't know each other, haven't seen each other in months, and can sit down at a table and have a meal. And so that's the first concern that I have, that we're not applying our sort of sense of what's safe and what's not safe maybe in the same way. If our public facilities, if the basketball courts are being used or the tot lot, or we should just remove those things. And then we don't have to worry about people playing basketball in the basketball court if there's no basketball hoops and there's no tot lot equipment, then there won't be tots rolling down slides and kids as parents tearing down the screens. But mostly I think if we had a problem with people gathering, and we did in Plummer Park, using needles and leaving needles, we didn't close the park. We did enforcement and we made the park safe. And I think we have to be really careful, and I'm just encouraging us. I know Paul was really careful to say that we're going to open the parks and we're doing this, and I really appreciate that. But I think the public infrastructure is for the public. And if 75 or 80 or 90 or 40% of the public are acting responsibly, then we shouldn't shut off the infrastructure to those people. And if we need to get a couple of police people to be in our parks for a couple of weeks and make clear what the rules are, and then I think more importantly, make clear what the rules are. Because why is it okay to sit at Rocco's and have a meal and not sit on a blanket in the park? I'm just not clear what the answer to that question is. But I think it's super important to me that we really focus on getting our public resources available to the public and not punish those people who are doing the right things, but in fact, punish people who aren't doing the right things. So that was my pitch. We can pass this item. We can go with having a park that you have to make an appointment to use, but I just don't support that. I support having a park that's safe for people who want to use it safely, and dealing with the complexities of making that happen instead of causing people to have to schedule an appointment to use our public resources. Thank you, Mayor.
Of course. Are there any other comments on the executive order? I just want to make sure in response to those comments that we're following LA County Department of Public Health orders. Is there anything that we're doing differently in terms of our enforcement that is not being recommended? I guess I just want to be clear about the report is clear, but in terms of our intention in closing the parks, I think it's to keep people safe and follow the LA County public health orders. At least that was my impression. So if maybe you could speak to that, Paul, that would be great.
Just real quickly, that's 100% why we closed the parks. And in speaking with Councilmember D'Amico earlier and talking with staff earlier, even before our conversation, nobody wants to have our parks closed. They're important assets to the community, but we need to keep the patrons safe and we need to keep staff safe. And there were people who were going to the parks and deliberately being problematic. And the system that we're putting in place now, it's a little cumbersome. It's an interim plan for re-engaging with staff and the community. It's a way that we can guarantee the social distancing. It's very user-friendly. 90% of the park patrons are registered on ActiveNet. They know how to do it. If they don't, we'll have staff there to help them set up and get access to the park. Similar to what Councilmember D'Amico was saying, this format allows us to certify that groups know each other. So if they are on a picnic blanket having lunch, they don't have to wear a mask because we have them registered and we know who they are. It's an awkward step. It's a challenge. We're not the only city that's dealing with this. It's complicated. But we feel this is a way that for those who are in compliance, those who are regular users of the park, and it's not just West Hollywood residents that are participants on ActiveNet, it's those that live in surrounding areas. We could open the parks and keep them safe. We know that we're going to have problems. We're going to anticipate that we're going to have problems and challenges from the community. So as we roll this out, initially we will have sheriff deputies at the park to help with the enforcement actions. But people should be cooperative. People should be willing to be concerned about their neighbor's health. And we feel that this is a plan that, once again, starts to repopulate the parks. It's a first phase, and hopefully as things get better and people are in better compliance, we can loosen up those regulations as we move forward.
Okay, Councilmember Meissner.
Thank you. A question for our city manager. So our other parks that are still open, like Kings Road Park is still open, West Hollywood, the dog park, and the area that's just to the south of the dog parks is still open. There, we're not doing this, right? This is just for Plummer Park.
We found that the dog parks, people are way in compliance. It's 90% plus in compliance, and if they're not, they're like, oops, I forgot to put my mask on, and they'll get into compliance, and there's not really a lot of the resistance. The issues we were having in Plummer Park is park, and I mentioned this at one of our earlier council meetings, people would work really hard to get that ticket. And we gave them the ticket. It's just, it's a lot of energy to expend. And while the ticket is expensive, people who are resisting wearing masks will gladly take the ticket. It's a real frustrating situation. We're hoping though that the message is out that we're serious and we're gonna regulate use of the park. And this is a step, and I hope it's an interim step. I hope it's something that doesn't have to continue throughout the summer, but it's a way that staff feels that they can safely reopen the parks and monitor use. So this is a recommendation coming from the team, and it's something that, you know, my goal is to keep them safe and to make their jobs as productive as possible. And this seems to be a reasonable first stage approach.
And did we had some emails about Kings Road Park, that there were some issues that
we did hear that. Co-compliance is now aware of that. It's kind of, if you take away one environment, people will find another environment. So it's part of their patrols now. So they're, it's much more regularly visited. So we will definitely patrol those parks as well.
Okay, and Hart Park is still open?
Correct. Yeah, all of the community parks are still open, and they have not been problematic. However, you know, we did hear of issues this weekend.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any additional questions or comments on this item? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Just, I'll make a motion, but I want to make one more comment. So Paul, I really appreciate it. And I know that you understand, and my colleagues do, and the staff does, that I'm only interested in their safety and only interested in doing the right thing. But part of this is just really hard for me that we have public parks that are not open to the public, and we, the remedy we're pursuing is limiting access to them instead of making them safe temporarily, I hope.
No,
and
but
I
we're not, I want to be clear, we're not limiting access. We're just guaranteeing that the access is socially distanced. A lot of the things you mentioned earlier too about removing equipment, removing basketball courts, we've been able to do that over the 2-week period. So the goal isn't to restrict usage of the park. It's to, yeah, I want to maximize safe distancing and get as many people into the park as possible. And that's our goal here. But we want to do it in a way that is educational, and that we're able to help with the education and knowing who's coming into the parks, and to help certify that, yeah, these are families, they're together. We can feel comfortable that they're sitting on a picnic basket without masks. So that's the goal here.
Great. So I'll move the item. Thank you for the explanation, and I hope we can improve on that.
100%.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further comments? I'll turn it over to the city clerk for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Duran.
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Heilman.
Aye.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. Items 5A and 5B, as well as 6A, were all added to consent. I removed item 2D to excluded consent. So I just wanted to raise a couple of issues following up on comments that I made at the last council meeting on this item. The Planning Commission specifically crafted their motion with regard to the CUP AP that did not come back to the city council. It was not appealed, but they specifically crafted their language to say that they wanted the CUP item to, their approval was conditional on the zone text amendment not changing. And since it did change, it was their intention, based on the express comments that were made and the language that was included in the the language of approval, the condition of approval, that they wanted this item to come back if anything changed. And I just want to honor what their intention was in terms of our public process. It's, you know, I don't know why we would allow the Planning Commission to make such a condition if we didn't intend to honor that process. And I think it undermines their review authority. I think I watched the Planning Commission hearing, and Commissioner Hoopen Gardner crafted her motion specifically in reference to the testimony and deliberation that happened with her colleagues. And I learned today in discussions with staff that there isn't any intention to bring the CUP back for the Planning Commission to hear. That's a decision that's being made at the staff level, despite the direction that was given by commission. And it's not something that was ever heard by council because it wasn't appealed to the city council. But we're now in a situation where the commission did not meet between our first and second readings, and this item will not be on their agenda until after we complete second reading tonight, should it pass. And you know, I want to be very clear. I voted in favor of the terms of the settlement agreement for a variety of reasons, not the least of which are the financial impacts to the city. But I also think that we shouldn't be compromising our process in favor of the developer. I think we should be honoring our process and allowing our Planning Commission to have their full review authority considered and their direction considered by our staff. And so I just wanted to raise that issue and see if there was any support for this process to move forward. If staff's determination is correct, that there isn't any reason based on the direction and the change that we've made in the ZTA for there to be a change to the CUP. I don't understand why we couldn't honor our process and let them hear the item. It's something that could certainly be heard before the end of August. And I think that would still honor the terms of the agreement, but it would also honor our process, which is what the public counts on. So I wanted to raise that issue for my colleagues' consideration before we took a final second reading vote tonight.
I want to, I guess, raise a concern. You keep referring to honor the process, but I think what the Planning Commission tried to do is not honoring our process. It's trying to say that they have the final say on the zone text ordinance or the final say on the CUP. Ultimately, the council has the final say on both of those items. So for them to somehow limit our purview by saying that if we make any changes to the zoning text amendment, that they get to hear everything anew, that to me is really not honoring the process. It's trying to circumvent the process or change the process. The council is the final word on all of these matters. So I'm not sure what you mean. Yes, we wouldn't be complying with their restriction that they put on, but I thought that restriction was invalid to begin with. It was an attempt to limit what the council has the authority to do.
Councilmember D'Amico. You're on mute.
And thank you. Sorry, Mayor. I wanted to say that I think for me, there's a couple of things that went down, and having been a planning commissioner, like Lauren, we have some knowledge about sort of the ways in which the Planning Commission always understands that the council makes the final decision, but there's also ways in which we make decisions, and if they're not appealed, then the council doesn't make the final decision. We made the final decision, and then time decided. And so I think two things come to mind. The first was that the Planning Commission could, in the moment, have said, you know what, we don't, as a body, have enough information. We want to table this. And then they could have voted. And then the city attorney or anyone else in the room wouldn't have had a choice other than to say, okay, it's been tabled by the Planning Commission. Item number 3B, right? And then they would have moved on. Or Lauren, I think you were at that meeting, or the city attorney was at the meeting, could have reminded them at the time, and maybe you did. I didn't watch the tape. I simply read, our report. You can put that in there, but this is what's up. This is what's up. The city council makes the final decision. They may not honor this request, and just have reminded them. But neither of those two things happened. What happened is what happened. And so in my mind, it seems that it might make sense if John Kehoe or well, really John, agendized or put on the agenda an item to explain the situation. And by then, my guess is many of the planning commissioners will have heard our discussion and have a full understanding of what each of the five of us speak, because it looks like all of us are going to speak, what we think about it. And that I think, John, like I always try to remember, that they're volunteers. They're doing their best. They're just trying to, make policy with the staff and the city attorney helping to guide them. But I'm not in favor of sort of reopening the CUP discussion. I sort of think of that as a kind of an asset that was assigned to that property. Use goes with the land, and unless the applicant wants us to consider the difference, then that decision has been made and no one appealed it. And then the decision about the ZTA came to us, and that decision has been made. And now we're theoretically about to have the second reading on it. So I think, I think they're owed an explanation of sort of how, as Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Heilman said, how we're not violating the process, but an explanation of where our process might have, the waters might have gotten a little unclear. But I do think at the base of my experience of the letter that was sent is that we just owe them an explanation. Everyone on that commission is an adult. Everyone will be able to hear it, and we can go back to them and explain what we're doing, and then we will have moved on. That's my sort of POV on this.
Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. I watched that planning commission meeting when that all happened, and my sense of it was that the whole reason to put in that if conditions changed, it should go back to the planning commission was for future. So in other words, when the CUP was up, which would be in, 10 years, whatever it is, that it needed to go back to planning commission at that point, because it would be, a different council, different commission. And so that was my memory of it. I mean, maybe it sort of, mutated into something else, but that was the reason that, as I remember it, that Commissioner Hoopengarner brought it up to begin with. It was sort of a, let's look into the future. And, when this thing goes down again, it should come back to planning commission. So in other words, when it changes, when it expires, it should come back to planning commission. It shouldn't just go back to city council or staff or whatever. And that was my sense of it. And I could be totally wrong, but that was my sense of it. And that's why I didn't think about it. But I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember D'Amico that, council, makes the final decision. And I've seen way too many planning commission meetings that I could go back and give you examples of it where we had to, it wasn't me, but where things went to city council. They made a decision, and planning commission basically had to vote in the way that city council voted, because otherwise it was against the law. So it's complicated, but I think that, again, I think the intention, and I could be totally off, was talking about the future. And I think that I am comfortable with the second reading today. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Duran.
Thank you. I'd like to move the item on second reading as presented.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any further discussion? Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Duran,
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Heilman,
Aye.
Mayor Horvath.
No.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. And well, now, is there any additional public comment?
No additional public comment.
Okay, I just wanted to end the meeting with two bits of good news. One, our communications team has been working very hard on a citywide banner and PSA campaigns regarding our mask operations and enforcement. You'll see colorful banners and posters and signage all over the city. They've worked in conjunction with the sheriff's station to help make sure compliance is adhered to. And so you'll see their work around town to help with the enforcement efforts that we did discuss tonight. And finally, I just wanted to offer congratulations to Cedars-Sinai for being ranked number 7 on the U.S. News and World Report's honor roll, an annual list of best hospitals in the United States. They are also ranked number 1 in California and number 1 in the Western United States. So I just wanted to give them a kudos and a shout out for the hard work and great work that they do for our residents and for all of their patients in the region. That's my last comment. Does anybody else have any other comments? Then we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.